Hack the planet! Hack the planet!
Shut up again!
We're in.
Shall we play a game?
How about global thermonuclear war?
Hey there, Hacker Frogs. It's me, the Shy Hat, and we're doing HackerFrogs AfterSchool today. We're doing HackerFrogs free hack, and we're hacking all the things. All right, so everybody, today is the start of a new week. So we typically like to do 3 streams every week. We've got one on Mondays and Wednesdays and Fridays. And if you want to take a look at the schedule for today's schedule, or this week's schedule rather, you can find it over at the link that I'm posting in chat right now. So today is Monday, October 27th, and we're doing, well, 4 topics. We're going to be gaming for the first hour. We're going to be finishing off our puzzle game called 20 Small Mazes. I was hoping to get this done last time, but looks like we're doing it this time. Zen asks, how do I check my points in order to redeem? Yeah, so you can do exclamation point points, and that'll tell you the number of points you have. The good thing about all of our redeems is that they're all free, so you don't need to worry about spending any of your digital currency. But you just need to type in exclamation point redeem and then the name of the redeem that you want. I'm not completely sure how we bring up the list, but here's the message over here. I'll just paste it in the chat again. All right, so what are we doing today? So first topic is going to be gaming. The second topic is going to be HackerFrogs AfterSchool. We're starting a new course today, and the course is called Digital Forensics. So digital forensics has to do with investigating files and finding hidden information in them. And this is going to be the start of it's a new course, and we're going to be doing it over the course of, 3 weeks or so. So it's going to be this week, next week, and a little bit, most of the third week. And then we're going to be doing a demo. The demo is going to be on Hades CTF Labs over at HackMyVM.eu. These are going to be Linux demos where we need to find creative ways to do privilege escalation and solve those labs. So that's going to be in the third hour. And the fourth hour, we're going to be doing a machine that we started on Friday. It's called Fooding, and it's from the Dockerlabs.es platform. So, so we're just going to be continuing on with that. Hopefully, we're able to solve the box. If not, then, we'll see what's going on after that. All right, so without further ado, let's start into the first topic, and let's start our gaming topic. So let's see, let's do 60 minutes. Hopefully it doesn't take that long. We only have 2 puzzles left on this game. So let me start up the game, and then we will continue. Hold on. So you should be able to hear the background sounds for the game. If you can't, let me know. All right, so the game's over here. Let's make this full screen, and I wonder if turning down the resolution will make everything bigger. Not that we really need to. Okay, let's return to the game. And let's go ahead and go over to our save game, which is save game number 1. Okay, so it says I have to include a sliding puzzle. It's a lot. We spent a long time stuck on this puzzle last time, but after the stream was done last time, I went through and made a bunch of screenshots, and I mapped out how we're going to solve this puzzle. So how are we going to do it? Well, let me show you. So what I did is I went in and I screenshotted all of the different tiles here. And this is the tile that we need to eventually get to over here. And let's see. And I mapped out a way so that we could get to that particular tile. And I eventually made up something that looks kind of like this. Okay, let me show you. All right, so if we start over at tile number 1, which has the exit, and then we continue through these successive tiles, eventually what we want to do is we want to get from where we are over here to these tiles to finish the puzzle. And then there's one more puzzle after that. Well, we'll see how it goes. All right, so we also have this over here. And so what we need to do is we need to move our ball over here over to tile number 3. And then from tile number 3, we go to tile number 7, and then tile number 1, and then tile number 6. So let me go ahead and navigate to these tiles. All right, so we need to get to tile number 3, which looks like, which one is it? It's this one over here. So we just need to move here, and then move into here, and then we need to move this one beside tile number 7. So we're currently here in tile number 3. We need to get to number 7. Number 7 looks like the thing with the elbow. Let me go ahead and find that. So where's the one with the elbow? Here's one with an elbow. Here, but we need to get on the other side of it. No, we need to put this one down at the bottom. Okay. So here, we enter here, and then we need to get tile number 1. So we're currently in tile number 7 here. We need to get to tile number 1. So I need to slide that one over here. We need to move through tile number 1. And then from tile number 1, where are we going? From tile number 1, you need to go to tile number 6, which looks like this. Let's go ahead and find that. So what I was doing previously was I was just trying to wing it, and winging it was not the way we do this puzzle. We really needed to do something a little more thought out. Okay, so let's see. So we go into tile number 6 here. Whoops. And then what do we do from there? So from tile number 6, we need to go back into tile number 5 over here with the bend. So let's go ahead and find that. Which one has the bend? Is it? It's this one. Okay, we need to enter the bend. And then where are we going? So we go from 5, 4, 3, 2 to 1. Okay, so we see here that we're in 5, we need to go to 4, then 3, then 2, then 1. Okay, so 4 looks like a big, this one is 4. All right, enter tile number 4. And tile number 3 looks like the one with the elbow, or the 2 elbows. Where is it? This is it. But we need to go on to the other side here. So let's see. Here, get into the elbow here, and then to tile number 2, which looks like, well, these all look like elbows to me, but is it this one? It's this one right here. Okay, so we need to get this one. We need to get on top of this one. Okay, here. And then finally we can get into the door and finish this gosh darn puzzle. Okay, so let's go down. And we're done. That took like 3 hours or 4 hours or so. Okay, so where's our last puzzle? I can move these clouds. Can I move anything else? I can move this. Is this... Oh, this is the last puzzle here. It's a ghost maze. So what are we supposed to do with this? Uh-oh. So we can we move? Okay, we can. So I guess what we need to do is we need to continuously move the puzzle around so that we can actually see, because otherwise we can't see. Okay. Who thought this was super clever? Done? Okay, are we done now? So now we can move inside of here and then go to the end. Okay. Yay, we finished the game. Thank you for playing my game. Take care. Return to main menu. Okay, great. I don't know if there's any other... I don't think there's anything else we're supposed to be doing in this game. And it took us less than 10 minutes to solve. Okay, so, Frackery says, interesting. Yeah, I mean, I didn't expect... I thought that I would be able to just kind of like brute force my way through most of these puzzles. But there was that one puzzle that we had to sit down and really do some thinking to finish. But you know what? We might want to think about what we're going to be doing next for our gaming segment. Because I mean, we've got The Witness that we were playing before, and there were some other games that people were suggesting as well. So stuff like The Farmer Was Replaced, which is a Python programming game, basically. And let me quit out of here first. We can think a little bit about what game we want to do next. If you have any suggestions for games, it is perfectly fine to talk, to suggest anything. So let's see. What is the name of the game that that I was talking about? The Farmer Was Replaced. So this one isn't it isn't super expensive, and a lot of people think it's really fun. You basically program these little drones, and the drones gather the vegetables, or you know, the crops in the field. And I'm wondering, maybe we can download Windows XP Pinball. I don't know. I mean, we usually try to play games that are relevant to programming or hacking or puzzle games. Those are the type of games we like to play on this channel, because we talk a lot about cybersecurity and hacking and stuff. But yeah, maybe I'll wait for the winter sale to buy this game, because it's it's $13, but it could be cheaper. It could be cheaper. But let's maybe what we can do is, for the rest of our time, we can switch over to another game, which is The Witness. Tis 100. Tis 100 is not very fun to watch. Let me pull up Tis 100. So TIS 100, it's a pretty popular programming game that teaches people about assembly language, but for the most part, you're looking at a screen that looks like this. And I don't know if everybody is super keen to stare at screens that look like this. I think it can be. Well, I think it can be fun to watch. Hmm. Well, I mean, we were doing kind of a similar programming type game. It's called, what is it called? It's called Human Resource Machine. So Human Resource Machine, we were playing that for a while, and we were writing little code blocks over here using a programming language that looks a lot like, well, fun to watch. People figure it out. Love that game. Yeah. So I mean, this was pretty fun to play. And well, I mean, some of the later levels they get kind of tricky. They get kind of tricky, but let's go ahead and do the witness for the rest of our time for the gaming segment because there's quite a few there's quite a few more puzzles that we need to do inside the witness. Okay, what are we what were we looking at here? All right, so I think, oh, I remember these puzzles. So for these puzzles, you need to make sure that they there are two you make these lines and you make sure that there are only two of these tiles, these sun tiles, in each segmented part. So this segmented part is two sun tiles, or this segmented part has two sun tiles, and we need to make sure that all of these sun tiles are segmented apart from each other. So how do we do this? I will admit that I looked up the solution for this particular puzzle because I was having a really hard time with it. But let's see if I can remember what that solution was. Was it something like this? Hmm. So it's up and yeah, this works. Jason IT Solution. Hello, nice to see you here. We're just playing some puzzle games. Okay, so there's one last puzzle. Ooh, okay. How are we supposed to separate these? So we need to make sure that each pair of these two sun tiles are separated. So why is your hat bashful? It's the shy. The hat is shy. I mean, I don't know. I'm not exactly sure why the hat is shy, but is this it? Yeah, this works. So this makes sure that each pair of these sun tiles are separated out from each other. Okay, well, we solved that. What's next? We got some more? Looks like we got more stuff to solve. All right. Okay, you know what? You know what I'm going to do? Just real quick. I'm going to change my overlays because we're finished with 20 small mazes. So I'm going to switch 20 small mazes to the witness. Okay, and then we'll continue. All right, so here, whenever we've got these dots here, we need to make sure that we cover all the dots before we can exit from the level. So we need to cover the dots, and we also need to get to the exit, and we also need to make sure that the pair of sun tiles are together. So can we do? We can't do this. Does this game cost money? The Witness does cost money. The previous game, 20 Small Puzzles, that's a free game. So if you look up 20 small puzzles on Steam, you should be able to get that one for free. Online classes, individual classes. I don't sell classes. I do everything for free, but I have to do it on the stream. That's the way I do it. Okay, so how do we can go up here. The problem is getting the one in the corner. I guess the only way to do this is to get the corner one first. But if we get the corner one first, then we have to go back this way, which doesn't work. So if we try to do the puzzle without touching all of the dots, then it doesn't let us through. Okay, so here, and then we need to go and the thing is that this isn't going to work. If we go here, yeah, and this one's I don't see the way through. If you have any suggestions, I'm open to suggestions. Okay, can we do it like this? How about we go? Oh, this works. Okay, okay, okay. We need to do it like this. All right, we got another one. How do we do this one? Over. We need to go like this. This works. Okay. All right. And this one. We need to start down here. We need to. Yeah, this works. All right. What about this one? We need to make sure that these are separated from each other. This works. Okay. So here you've got two pairs. So 2 pairs, we need to make sure we hit all these. Sand of Ice, hello, nice to see you here. Okay. Hit up these. Maybe go up here. Hit all of these. Okay, and then like this. This isolates the 2 pairs away from each other. And it also hits all those dots we need to touch. Okay, and now what's next? We've got a bunch of other... What would he call this? Is this like a tree fortress or something? Okay. Beautiful ocean out there. Let's climb up here. And we got more puzzles. That's what I was looking for. Okay, let's try solving this one. So the white box and the black box can't share any territory, but let's see. Which means we need to go like this. So this makes sure that the white square and the black square don't share any territory. They're separated from each other, and we've got the 2 sun tiles paired up together. Okay, that's good. Next, more of this stuff. So the black tiles can be with other black tiles, and the white tiles can be with other white tiles. So can we do it like this? So this makes sure that the white tiles are... Yeah, okay, great. And we got black and white tiles again, and we got 2 pairs of sun tiles. So we can isolate the sun tiles like this. I thought this would be harder. When it, I said I thought this would be harder. It's just gonna bite me in the butt. All right, let's go. Okay, so now it's black and orange tiles. All right, so hmm. So how can we make it so that this doesn't work? This doesn't work. We need to isolate the this orange tile here. Isolate the orange tile. Yeah, I think this works. We've got the two pairs with each other, and then oh, this doesn't work because we've got an orange tile sharing territory with a black tile. Okay, that doesn't work. How about we do it like this then? Hmm. Could we do it like this? Yeah, this works. This works. So, all right. Oh, we've got now the sun tiles are green. Great. So can we do it like this? Does this work? No, this doesn't work because the orange tiles and the purple tiles are sharing territory right now. Okay, so we need to isolate. How about like this? I think this will work. Okay, and now it gets more complicated. It's a bigger grid. Okay, so all of the orange tiles can be united like this. Although we want to... So if we do it this way, then we've got these two isolated. Uh-oh. Isolate these up here. No, wait. How about this? No, this doesn't work because there's green and orange sharing territory. Um, Maybe like this? Okay, I think no. Actually, wait, this works. This works. The oranges are all together, the greens are separated into their own things, and we've got three pairs of the purple sun tiles. Okay, we got one more. What's going on here? So we've got these breaks we have some breaks in the path, so we can't move past like this. Okay, if this is the case, how do we solve this puzzle? We'll make sure that these are isolated like this. Whoops. Maybe like... Maybe like this. Okay, I think this works because the oranges are all together. Oh wait. The yeah, the sun tiles share territory in this case. How do we correct this? Maybe we can do nope. How about that? No. Now we've got green and orange sharing territory. This is a little bit tricky. Um, how are we going to do this? Isolate here. Isolate. No, that doesn't work. To go down to make sure that these don't share territory. Now orange shares territory with green. That's no good. Hmm. Okay, so maybe like this? No, that doesn't work. Okay, how about we do this first, and then man, this is tough. Okay, so we need to make it so that the green not sharing any territory with the orange tiles is the biggest problem in this level. So what happens if we just completely fence it off like this? The problem with this is that now the pairs of now we've got four of the star tiles, the purple star tiles, sharing territory, which is a no-go. How about if is there an easy way to break up this group of four? Maybe if we go like no, this doesn't work. If anybody has a suggestion, let us know because I'm not seeing it right now. Maybe up like this and then nope. How about if we pair these two together like that? So that's 2 and 2 and 2 and 2. No, that's 3. It came close. That's 3 and 3. Oh no. 2 and 2 and 2 and 2. Nope, this doesn't work because we still got. Actually, maybe if I adjust this a little bit, like this. Now we got. No, this is just 1 by itself. We can't. Two here. 4. No. I thought I was getting close. Do 2 here. And then 2 like this. The problem is that we still have green sharing territory with orange. And there's 3 over here, which is no good. Like this, maybe? One, two, 1, 2. Does this work? No, there's 3. Man, this comes so close. One, two, 1, 2. How do we isolate this? So I want this to share. We need this star to have a pair. So the ones in the territory down below, they've got a pair. We need to pair these off. Or maybe we can just do it like this. Wait, does this work? I think this works. Oh, I just kind of stumbled into that one. Okay, well, we're done with that one. We can continue. Great. All right. We got more puzzles. Yay! What do we got? Okay, so we got these two that need to be get together, and then we need to separate the white squares and the black squares. Okay, next. Same, looks like the same thing. Just the same thing. Okay. And the same thing. And wait, can we just go up? What is this being paired with? So they want us to pair this black star thing with something. But there's only one. So do we need to make sure that it's by itself? No. What does it want? Does it want to be with other black squares? No. What is the rule supposed to be? Okay, so if you've played this before and you want to spoil if you want to spoil this, it's totally fine because I do not have any clue what's really going on here. So there's just one. Normally, these kind of star blocks need to be paired with another star block, but there's no other star block to pair it with. Does it go with everything? Nope. That's not it. So it doesn't work if we isolate it. It doesn't work if we just ignore it. Does this need to be in a certain type of... Nope, it's still... I have no idea what the rule is. Hmm. I really don't know how to solve this. Let me take a look at other stuff in the area here. So this is supposed to be teaching us something. So there are these puzzles here. We've been pairing off the star blocks, but suddenly we can't pair off the star blocks. So what the heck are we supposed to do? Do we make sure that there's nothing around the star block, or... I don't see the logic. I mean, this is a very logical game. OreoBite, hello. How are you been? How have you been, OreoBite? I feel like a wet noodle. How are you doing? Hope you've been doing okay. It's been a long October. It's been a long October. Yeah, but we're currently trying to solve these puzzles over here, and yeah, if you're up for doing some collaboration, maybe we can set something up for next week. Cause I miss doing the tag team hacking stuff. So we've been trying to figure out this puzzle here. We've discovered that these star-shaped blocks need to be paired up together. Oribite says, "Ha, no collaboration. That's sad to hear, but maybe some other time." So the star-shaped blocks need to be paired up with each other. There needs to be another star block that we put into its territory. But in this case, in this new puzzle, there's only one star block, so we can't pair it up with another one. And I have no idea how I'm supposed to solve this. Hmm. Okay. What am I? The wet noodle. Wet noodle are. Oh, am I doing okay? No. Or I'm sorry to hear that. I'm sorry to hear that. And yeah, but maybe we can do some collaboration sometime. And I hope your situation gets better soon. Okay, so the star block by itself, what could be like a potential answer? I mean, if we try to brute force this, like this can't be. Collab would be fun. I'll let you know. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. That's not it. And that's not it. Maybe we could also make sure that there are only two. There are only two tiles in its territory, like this, but that means we can't separate out the white blocks from the black blocks, which is the other requirement here. But if we could, what would it look like? Something like this. No, that's still not the solution. So my other thought was that we needed to isolate this block completely away from everything else, but that doesn't work either. Wait, do we need to get really meta with this? Do we need to pair up this star block with one from another puzzle? But it doesn't look like we can interact with I mean, we can't make it so that this doesn't share territory with. I have no idea. Is there another puzzle that we need to look at? So there's usually a lot of like meta things that we need to observe in some of these trickier puzzles. I'm not too sure what exactly the case would be for this one. Do we need to look at it from this point of view? No, that's not it. Okay, if we solve this, this doesn't go. Yeah. Nope. So my thought was maybe you need to pair this one up with one from another puzzle, right? Like this one pairs up with this one down here, but I can't solve the puzzle in such a way that it works. No. But they are the same color of star block. I have no idea. Hello, nice to see you here. We're gaming. We're gaming. So how do we do this? And we can't go from one puzzle to the other puzzle. Nico, hello, nice to see you here. I missed most of the Python classes, unfortunately. I have some good news. I passed the Security Plus. I'm now studying Linux basics. Awesome, Nico. Nice to see you here. But yeah, we're just trying to figure out these puzzles. Okay. Okay, can we move away from this puzzle? Maybe we can solve another puzzle because we're stuck on this one. Are there any other paths we can take? Down here. I'm pretty sure everything is very linear here. Or is this a branching path? Here's a branching path over here. Maybe we can solve some other puzzles with the time that we have left. We got about 13 minutes left. Okay, what is going on here? Do we just draw the shape? That opens up. Oh, okay. There's limited time. Well, I mean, before we can solve that, we need to solve the other puzzles that lead up to that place. Amaran, hello, nice to see you here. Maybe it's the number of star blocks that you need to keep them together with the white blocks. When it's an odd number, then we need to keep it with the black blocks. Let me go back. And nice to see you here, Amaran. Welcome to the stream. Okay, let's go back. And okay, this is where we came from. And this is where we're going back to. This is what we were progressing towards. So we found the switch over there that opens up the door. But let me read what Amaran was suggesting here. Maybe if it's an even number of star blocks, you need to keep them together with the white blocks. When it's an odd number, you need to keep them together with the black blocks. So this is we figured out what the star blocks, the color of the star blocks doesn't really matter too much. Well, I mean, I don't think it matters, but the star blocks have a different rule. The star blocks mean that you need to pair them up with another star block. You can keep them with the white blocks. That's fine, apparently here. But when there's an odd number of star blocks here, you keep them together with the black blocks. Oh wait, maybe you can pair up a star block with a black block with one black block. So we would do it like this. Although we need to find a way to do it in a way where we can separate the black blocks from the white blocks, which is the other condition for these things. Okay, so maybe we can isolate out a black block with another black block with a black star block and then up. Wow, Amaran, thank you. Thank you for letting me think about that. Okay, so a black star block can be paired up with a black other block. Great. Okay, let's move on to the next puzzle. So we got a white star block. We need to pair up the white star block with the other white star block with the other white block. And we need to separate the black blocks from the white blocks. Okay, yeah. Wow, I'm glad I've got my chat here because the chat really adds to the intelligence of the live stream. Otherwise, you only have one person thinking about these puzzles. Okay, so we have to pair up the purple block with the other purple block. And we need to separate the white block from the green block from the purple block. So like Jason IT Solution says, I know why I'm lazy to put my repos on GitHub. Well, I mean, you got to document your stuff. If you don't document your stuff, then it didn't happen. Okay, like this works. No, it doesn't work. because we got a white block with the purple block. Like this. Okay, this works. So the white block is separated from the green block, which is separated from the purple blocks, which are together. Okay, cool, cool. Okay. I don't know why I'm too lazy to put my repos on GitHub. I mean, you just need to you just need to do it. Okay, so these two purple blocks can go together. So when the purple blocks are together, you can keep them separated from. You don't need to keep them separated from other colored blocks, which means we can do this. Yeah, so this is fine. Okay, so here we need to pair the purple block with the purple star block. But we also need to keep it separated from the green blocks. How do we get this done? This seems impossible. So I can separate these out. We can... Yeah, this doesn't work because the star block has a requirement to be with another block of the same color. How do we do this? How can we have these share territory? Yeah, they don't share, they don't, is there a way? We do it like this, then it doesn't work because the green and the purple have to be separated out. Okay. And we can't have them both separated because that doesn't work. This doesn't work because green and purple can't share territory. If we do it the other way, yeah, this doesn't work. It's got to be something super obvious that I'm not getting here. If you have a suggestion, let us know in the chat. Thank you. What are you gonna do? I'm finding it impossible to pair up the purple blocks over here or have them share the same territory without also having them share with the green. So it's either there's got to be something that breaks the rules or that doesn't work. But Jason IT's solution, every time you do an exercise, start up a write-up over at GitHub. Or at least, or if not at GitHub, do it somewhere, do it offline. I'd rather you do it on GitHub because if you do it on GitHub, you can access it from anywhere. And if you can access stuff from anywhere, then it's very, very convenient if you need to look it up later. So maybe like, well, I mean, this isn't, yeah, this doesn't share territory. We just figured this thing out too. How many more of these puzzles are there? It looks like there's only one more puzzle after this. Or at least I think there's only one more puzzle after this. Purple needs to share with purple. Or magenta, or whatever color you think that is. Colors are tough. The purple star needs to be with another purple block. We can't have the purple star block share with the other purple block without also sharing with the green block. What the heck do we do? Well, let's see. What could we possibly do to let them both share the same territory? This doesn't work. What? Hello, nice to see you here. I think we can go. Okay, I think trying to you're gonna add another message onto your string there. Okay. That doesn't work. We can isolate out the greens. Yeah, but this gets in the way. This doesn't work because it has to be paired with another purple block. Hmm. Oh, wait. Wait. I think we can. So we go like this? No. If we could do something like this, but also cut out the also cut out the other green block, it would work. But how do we cut out the other green block in this case? So we cut out. I guess we could start here. Start by cutting out this green block. No, I think I'm onto something. Okay. We should probably stop. We should stop. We need to do the next topic, which is HackerFrogs After School. Let me go ahead and you know what? Anyways, we'll come back to this next week. Let me get out of here. Exit, yes, okay. And we'll do our next topic. So the next topic is HackerFrogs After School. We're going to be doing some digital forensics. And let me go ahead and set that up. So topic 2 is here. Topic 3 is on deck. And let's see, does everything look okay? All right, let's get into the topic then. All right, so everybody, this is a new course, and we're going to be starting the first session. There's going to be 8 sessions in this course on digital forensics. So let's talk about this. And let me start the timer. Bad math. Bad math. Hello, nice to see you here. I'm also bad at math. All right, so HackerFrogs After School Digital Forensics. This is the introduction. We're going to be talking a little bit about what digital forensics is before we start the course. Welcome to HackerFrogs After School. So HackerFrogs After School is a cybersecurity program for learning beginner cybersecurity skills across a wide variety of subjects. So this is the first intro to digital forensics session, and let's talk about what digital forensics actually is. So what is digital forensics? Well, according to our good friend Wikipedia, digital forensics is a branch of forensic science encompassing the recovery, investigation, examination, and analysis of material found in digital devices, often in relation to mobile devices and computer crime. So we're not going to be solving any crimes here, but we are going to be learning about how to interact with these files and how to find some information from these files based on what they are. So the study of digital forensics, sometimes called DFIR or forensics simply, in cybersecurity often deals with locating and analyzing important data contained within specific types of files, entire file systems, or within computer memory storage. So we're going to be talking about these different types of files over the course of this program. In our workshops, we'll be learning how to conduct forensics on different file types, including digital picture files, system memory files, and disk image files. So, HackerFrogs After School classes prefer to incorporate CTF games into classes for a more interactive experience. But what are CTFs? So if you've been around, you already know what a CTF is, but for people who are new, cybersecurity capture the flag, or CTF games, are training exercises where the goal of the exercise is to capture the flag through use of cybersecurity skills. In this context, capture means to gain access to a file or other resource, and flag refers to a secret phrase or password. So usually inside of these files that we need to investigate, there's going to be some sort of secret information that we need to capture, and that's called the flag in the parlance of CTF games. So the CTF game we'll be playing to learn basic digital forensics is called PicoCTF, which is one of the most well-known and well-respected CTF games and is affiliated with Carnegie Mellon University, which is a really big university down in the United States. So the PicoCTF game is made up of many challenges across different categories and difficulty levels. For our purposes, we'll be looking at PicoCTF challenges in the forensics category. So in the next HackerFrogs After School Digital Forensics Workshop, we'll start learning about digital forensics skills with PicoCTF. So you don't need to wait long because we are here already. Okay, so let's go ahead and get the next file. Okay, so this is digital forensics session number 1. Let's do this. So hey there, HackerFrogs. This is the first Intro to Digital Forensics workshop. Let us begin. So we're going to be taking a look at digital image files here. I should say digital picture files because the word digital image can mean a couple of different things. We're specifically talking about picture files in today's class. So the topic of the workshop is image file forensics, digital pictures. There are a few different ways that information can be hidden in these types of files. So there's something called EXIF and image file metadata, and this is something that's very important when we're taking a look at these picture files. So metadata is data that provides information about other data, And in the context of digital image files, each file has a plethora of metadata metadata information which is generated when the picture is taken. Thank you very much for redeeming the Stellar Jays. I have no idea. Thank you. All right, so yeah. So there's a plethora of metadata information which is generated when the picture is taken, including stuff like where the image was taken, which is the GPS coordinates. So this is often going to be included when you're taking your pictures. Where the image was, when the image was taken, the date and time. So this is information that is recorded. The type of device used to create the image, so your model of phone, and the manufacturer and model of that phone. So for example, an Apple device, an iPhone 6S device, etc., etc. So for photos, this metadata is called Exchangeable Image File Format, or EXIF. And the EXIF standard is associated with digital cameras, smartphones, and scanners. So when we talk about the metadata inside of these picture files, it's called EXIF data. So while EXIF data is useful for archival purposes, this metadata poses a serious security risk when image files are shared, especially when uploaded to the internet. So when you've got any one of your picture files, there might be a bunch of EXIF data, metadata that's in your photos that that might be shared. Let's see, I have no idea. Says, what did that do? Can I talk during class? Yeah, you can talk during class. It's fine if you've got any questions. Maybe we won't do as many video redeems because they kind of break up the class a bit. So the most obvious example of risk is the abuse of EXIF data, which could allow third parties to discover a person's residence or neighborhood through GPS metadata. So if you've ever taken a photo inside of your own house and then you send it to somebody else over, like email or something, there's a distinct chance that the EXIF metadata has your GPS coordinates. And if you don't take care of the metadata, the GPS coordinates of your house could be exposed when you email somebody your photo, which would be very bad. Okay, so we're going to be taking a look at a challenge now. So the first challenge we're going to be looking at is picture metadata with Pico CTF, the information challenge. So we're going to be learning more about image metadata and how to access it by solving the image information challenge in Pico CTF. Okay, let me get the challenge URL. And so if you want to take a look at all of the links that we're using for this class, you can find them over here at the GitHub. So challenge 1 is Pico information. We get the link, and if you don't have an account over at Pico CTF, you can make one right now, and you can join along with us. So Pico CTF is free to join, and it's a great little place to learn about cybersecurity skills. So after you've logged into Pico CTF, let's try logging in now. So once you've logged in, you're going to see all of these challenges over here if you click on the practice button. So click on practice, and then you're going to see a bunch of different challenges you can do across a bunch of different categories. So before we start, what we're going to do is we're going to start up the Pico CTF web shell. So if you don't have access to a Linux device with a bunch of different, security tools on it, you can access the Pico CTF web shell, which will give you a terminal access to a Linux device with a bunch of security tools. So you click on practice, and then after practice, you can click over here at the right-hand side of the screen. There's a button labeled web shell. So click on that, and your Pico CTF web shell is going to open up. It is a command line interface that you can use. And what we want to do is we want to make this full screen. So after you've clicked on the web shell, you're going to see this welcome message here. There's a help button, and then beside the help button, there's a button labeled Pop-out Web Shell Terminal. You want to click on that button, and then the Pico CTF web shell is going to open up in another browser tab. So this is what we want. We will type the word clear to clear out the terminal, and you should see that there's only a readme.txt file if you type the ls command to get the directory contents. I'm just going to delete this other directory we have here. And when you're working inside the web shell, you usually want to stay organized by creating a folder to work inside of. So the challenge we're going to be doing is called information. So you want to give this command right here, mkdir, to make a directory, and then space, and then we can just call this info because the challenge is called information. So make a directory called info with this command, and then we're going to enter that directory to work inside of it. So change your directory info, so cd space info. That'll get you into the directory. Digital Warhead, hello, nice to see you here. We're just doing our digital forensics workshop right now. You're free to follow along with us if you want to. Following, thank you very much for following bit008. Thank you very much, you're now HackerFrog. Okay, so now that we're inside of our info directory here, we can download the challenge. So let me get the challenge. It's called information, this one here. And let me get the link. So here's the link. So after you've opened up your Pico CTF web shell, we'll go over to this page to do the challenge. So this is a CTF challenge. It's called information. Digital Warhead says currently doing a network upgrade. I'm just here to watch. Well, you're completely welcome to watch. Thank you very much, Digital Warhead, and hope your network upgrade goes well. Okay, so this is an easy challenge from the forensics category from the Pico CTF 2021 event. It says files can be changed in a secret way. Can you find the flag? And we got a cat.jpg file over here. So this is the file that we're going to be investigating using digital forensics. You're going to want to highlight the link, right-click, and then select Copy Link. So right-click, select Copy Link, then go over to your web shell. In the web shell, we want to download this file, and we can do that using the wget command. So wget space, and then right-click, and then paste in the file address here. Okay, so after you've done that, hit enter to download the file. And afterwards, if you use the ls command to see what's in the directory here, you should see the cat.jpg file. So we're not going to be opening this up in a image viewer to take a look at it. Instead, what we're going to do is we're going to take a look at the metadata. So inside of Linux, there's a tool that you can use called exif tool. And exif tool is used to look at the exif information from picture files. So type in exif tool and then space, and then the name of the file that you want to investigate, which is cat.jpg. So cat.jpg, okay, and then hit enter. So if you're wondering what command we're using this right here. Let me copy it and paste it so you can take a look. Okay, so after you give that command, you're going to see all of the exif data associated with this picture file in text form. Okay, you got the file name, you got the file size, modification time, the file permissions, then we've got some information about the type of file this is. This is an image/JPEG file, the version of the file, and then some information like the image width and the image height. This is all information that's pertinent to picture files. Digital Warhead says no GPS coordinates. GPS coordinates aren't always going to be in here, but you just need to be aware that when you take pictures with your phone, there's going to be GPS coordinates embedded into your picture by default. You can turn that off. You can turn that off, of course, by going into the settings. Okay, so there's a couple of places in this file where you might have hidden information. So what looks like it could be something that's been encoded or decoded, or sorry, encoded to make it look like something that that you shouldn't be looking at. So when you're dealing with, especially when you're dealing with cybersecurity CTF exercises, and especially when you're dealing with beginners CTF exercises, you're going to see a lot of a certain type of encoding called base64. So let me talk a little bit more about base64. I think I've got it in this presentation here. Base64 encoding. So if you see something that looks like a big string of letters and numbers, this could be an encoded string. So encoding is just a way to transform information. It doesn't necessarily have to be something that's intended to be hidden, but base64 is one of these methods. It's a widely used encoding method which is commonly used for transforming file and picture data for transmission over computer networks. So the reason why we do this is because it's a very bad idea to send raw bits or raw bytes over a network connection, because some of the information in those bytes can interfere with the software that's being used to send the files over the network. So it transforms text and or data bytes into strings like the one illustrated above. Base64 also features a lot, I mean a lot in CTF challenges, and is used to disguise information. So let me demonstrate what base64 looks like over here. So we can echo out any message over here, HackerFrogs like and subscribe, subscribe, yeah, okay, and then we can, well, I mean, if we just echo it out, it's not all that impressive. Shredark, hello, nice to see you here. But if we base64 encode it by piping it into the base64 command, we can turn this string into in a transformed message or transformed form. So this is the transformed form of HackerFrogs like and subscribe when we use the base64 format. So we can take this and we can echo this out, and then we can base64 decode it, and we can get back the original message. So this is what we're going to do in here. Where are we? Web shell. So in the web shell, there's this tricky information right here that could potentially be a hidden message. Shredark asks, I have a quick cybersecurity question not related to this. Can I ask? Yeah, you can ask. If it's a question that's going to take a long time for me to answer, I'm going to have to decline, but you can ask any question you want. Almexicant, hello, nice to see you here. I'm just doing a little lesson on digital forensics right now. Okay, so we're just going to grab this string over here, and I'll just paste it in the chat just in case you want to try this out yourself. There are a few different tools we could use to decode this if we know that it's in base64 format. So we could use any old base64 decoder application like this one over here. So it's called base64decode.org. We can paste it into here, and we value your privacy. Yeah, of course you do. Okay, so we paste it into the field here, and then we click on decode, and then we get the decoded version of this string. So PicoCTF, the metadata is modified. Okay, Julnarat says IPTC looks like UUID. I'm not too sure what those two acronyms mean. If you could let me know, that would help a lot, Julnarat. Thank you. Okay, so Shredark asks, what is your device for setting up internal honeypots? What are the most effective, annoying ones for adversaries? Just working on some research for implementation. Thanks in advance. I mean, I've never really deployed a honeypot before, but if anybody in chat knows a good honeypot, more like, a good honeypot application or something, hopefully something open source and free, let us know. I know that there are a bunch of different projects out there on GitHub, but yeah. So this is one way we can decode the message. The other way we can do it is we can do it through the web shell here. So base64 decode is this one right here, base64 space -d. We're going to pipe this into the echo command between some quotes. Actually, we don't need the quotes. We can just echo the thing out, and then we can pipe it into base64 decode. And this will also decode the message here. And this is the flag we're looking for. So the flag we're looking for is Pico CTF, the metadata is modified. We're just going to copy the flag, and then we're going to go back to the challenge. So in the challenge, we can paste in the flag and submit the flag. So hooray, you finished the challenge, okay. And everybody, if you were following along and you managed to finish the challenge, let us know in the chat. Type in, the cat is out of the bag. Smiley face. Just like this. And if you have questions about any of the other commands that we used in this exercise, let us know. So basically for encoding and decoding, this is something that's going to come up a lot when you're dealing with CTF exercises. They really like encoding stuff into base64 when you're dealing with CTF challenges. Nico, thank you very much. Okay, so in the example above, the text will be encoded into base64 is transformed into the string underlined in red. So we can change any information we want into a base64 string, and we can also do this with the website over here. So if we go into the website, and then we switch over to encode, we can encode stuff using the web app here as well. Yeah. Okay, so we can type in HackerFrogs, like and subscribe. Okay, and then we can encode it, and it'll give us the encoded version over here. So encoding is a way of hiding information sometimes. The thing we need to know is that base64 is not meant to be, it's not meant to be a way of hiding information. It's meant to be a way of transforming information, but for some reason they really like using it in these CTF exercises. Okay, let's move on to the next thing. Okay, so Defa says, set up an RDP honeybot with PyRDP and record the sessions. It's fun to watch since there's probably very few bots which can control RDP, so you can watch actual human interaction from quote-unquote hackers. So Defus, is this you talking about a GitHub project or something called RDP honeypot? Okay, well, I mean, here's a project from GitHub. Of course, I'm gonna get off the topic because we're not here to talk about honeypots. Let's continue. So base64 encoding. So yeah, a little bit more about base64 encoding. Oh, looks like we've got PyRDP. Oh, okay. Defus, if you want to leave a link in the chat, you can go ahead and leave the link in the chat. Thanks. Okay, we got an ad running on Twitch right now, so I'll run one on YouTube. Thank you very much for following, Julnarat. Thank you. And let's go ahead and put on the birds. So here are some birds. When there are ads running on Twitch, you can't watch what's going on, so we're just going to take a little break while the ads are running. And in the meantime, you can watch the birds. I love my birds, and these are birds from my backyard bird feeder, and I enjoy sharing them with everybody. Anyways, we'll be back in about 30 seconds. I just need to take a little water break. Okay, we'll put the birds away. We'll get back to the hacking. All right, so the reason why this encoding method is called base64 is because there are 64 symbols that are being used in the encoding. LMXCant says, reminds me of how all CTFs will be base64 and Vigenere cipher. The most common hash is MD5. Well, I mean, it makes sense. They just want to use something simple that people can, something that's well known. But yeah, so this is base64 encoding. You can usually identify a base64 encoded string because it just looks like a bunch of uppercase and lowercase letters, kind of like jumbled together, as well as some numbers. Okay, the encoded strings can also contain the equal sign if the encoded string character length is not evenly divisible by 4. So the length of the string will always be divisible by the number 4. So this is another way you can tell that you're dealing with a base64 encoded string. Okay, anyways, let's talk about the contents of picture files. So at an abstract level, files contain either human-readable text, letters, numbers, and symbols, or non-human readable data, which is program code, instructions, also known as binary data. So I'm going to demonstrate this over here. Where are we? The web shell. We got the web shell over here. We got cat.jpg. So if we just try to read, if we don't open the cat.jpg file up with a picture viewer, and we just try to read the contents of the file using the cat command, ironically using the cat command, we're going to see that most of the data is just a bunch of jumbled gibberish over here. And what you see here, this is only the printable versions of the characters that are being represented. So just because something is a printable thing doesn't necessarily mean that it is meant for people to read. The majority of the contents of this digital picture file, this is binary data that's not meant to be read by humans, but meant to be read by the image viewing software. But yeah, we just need to understand that when we've got, let's see, let's just echo out HackerFrogs rule, and we're going to create a little text file called frog.txt. So if we read the txt file, the contents are text, stuff that people are meant to read. But if we read the binary file here, or the image file rather, the picture file, then this is all information that is not human readable, or most of it isn't. Sometimes the thing about the files that have binary data is that they usually have binary data as well as human readable text. We'll talk a little bit about that in just a second. So this is an example of text file contents. It is intended to be read by users, that is people. And this is an example of data file contents. It is not meant to be read by people. Rather, it's meant to be read and executed by machines, that is computers or software. So if we take a look at the calculator program, and we try to open it up in Notepad, it looks like this, because it's not meant to be read in this way. So in digital picture files, the majority of their contents are non-human readable data that is intended to be read by an image viewing program or a web browser. But as we can see over here, if we use the exiftool program, we can see that there are human readable string contents inside of the file as well. It's just that it shares the information along with the binary contents. Okay. So when opened with one of these programs, either the image viewing program or the web browser, it's going to be able to take those non-human readable bytes and then turn them into a picture like this. So, however, as we learned earlier, there are often text strings present inside of image files. So, however, if image files are opened with the program that isn't designed to read image files, then the contents will appear to be gibberish like this. Okay, so we're going to be talking about a different concept using the next challenge called Glory of the Garden. So let's learn more about text versus data and how to extract text from data or text from pictures by solving the Glory of the Garden challenge in Pico CTF. So let's go ahead and do the next challenge, number 2, over here. You can copy that. Here's the link. Okay, so if we go over to the web shell, we're done with this challenge here. So the info challenge here. We're just going to back out of the directory. And then after we back out, we should see that we should see the info directory that we created. If you're having trouble getting to back to your home directory, you can do cd by itself, and that'll send you back to your home directory. So we're just going to remove this directory here with the rm command. So rm-r info to delete the directory. Hanky, hello, nice to see you here. Good morning. Okay, so what we can do from here is we can make another directory called, let's see. So the challenge is called Glory of the Garden. We'll just call this Garden. So we'll make a directory called Garden. We'll enter the directory, and then we'll download the challenge. Where is it? It is over here. Okay, let me get the link for everybody. Okay, so this challenge is called Glory of the Garden. It's an easy challenge from the forensics category from the Pico CTF 2019 event. The description says, this garden contains more than it seems. So the word garden is a link. So we're just going to right click it, select copy link, and then we're going to go over to the web shell. So in the web shell, we're going to type in wget space and then paste in the file address. So after that, hit enter to download the file. And you know what? Here's the full command, just in case you wanted to paste it into your terminal. So after you've done that, if you type ls to see what's inside the directory, you should see the garden.jpg file over here. So we need to examine this file in order to solve the challenge, because this is digital forensics, and we need to get the secret out of the file. Okay. So just like the previous challenge, we could run the exiftool program on it. So exiftool garden.jpg, and it's going to get us a bunch of information about this picture. So we got all that good information here. So we're going to notice that in this example, there's no hidden data inside of this EXIF information. So what we need to do is we need to find another way to extract potential secrets out of the file. So let's talk a little bit more about that right now. So I'm going to be talking about a very common command we use to extract human readable text from a file, and it's called the strings command. So the strings command is used to return human readable text, which is called strings, from files. It is used to return text from files that contain both data bytes and text. So for example, picture files. Amir, hello, nice to see you here. We're just doing our little workshop on digital forensics right now. So the command is called strings. It's common to most Linux systems. And so for example, I've got my Kali Linux here, and let's just, I don't think I can, can't demonstrate over here. All right, so strings command, when run by itself, it returns all the strings, which often isn't useful because a lot of random bytes and files can also be interpreted as ASCII characters. So ASCII characters meaning stuff that can be interpreted as text. Emir Karaman says, do you remember me? Did we meet at a meetup in Vancouver? If that's the case, please let me know, because I meet a lot of people. But welcome to the stream. Okay, so this is what we're going to do. I'm going to go over to the web shell. We've got our garden.jpg file. We're going to run strings So just type in strings and then space, and then the word garden.jpg, which is the name of the file. So most of these commands is going to be the name of the command and then space and then the file name. Give that command. And we're going to see a bunch of information here. So these are called strings. Most of the time when you're dealing with binary files, there's going to be a bunch of stuff that can be interpreted as human readable text, but is not actually human readable text. But these are just kind of random bytes that are interpreted. Emir says, what was it? Secret emoji? Listen, if the name sounds kind of familiar, Emir. All right, so we also see that there's a flag in here as well. So here is a flag, Pico CTF more than meets the eye. So one of the things we can do when we use the strings command is we can also give the strings command with an argument. And the argument is dash and then a number. So dash number means that we're only going to return strings that are at least this length of characters long. So at least 8 characters long. This is going to reduce the output pretty significantly, because we're going to make sure that anything that's under 8 characters is going to be omitted. So we can also filter out the strings further. We could do 16, so it'll only return strings that are at least 16 characters in length. In this case, we see there's not very much, but there is the flag in here. Okay, so is there anything else we're talking about here? So when we run the command with the number argument, we can specify the minimum length string to display in the output. Okay, so let's go ahead and finish the challenge. Over at the web shell, we're going to copy the flag. Then we're going to go over to the challenge, and we're going to submit the flag. So the flag, it goes in the flag submission field here. Click on Submit Flag, and you're done. Okay. Everybody, if you managed to solve the challenge with us, let us know in the chat by typing in water your garden, smiley face, like this. Okay, so it might seem like we're not doing anything super complicated with these files right now. Well, the reason why we're not doing anything super complicated is because the stuff that we're going to be doing in this course is going to become increasingly difficult. I just wanted to start with something that is a little bit easier for people to understand. Okay, so Glory of the Garden, that is done. Before we move on to the next challenge, let's talk a little bit more about what we can have in our files here. So we talked about the strings command, we talked about exif metadata. Hanky said, I solved it a few years ago, of course. Mexican, thank you very much for watering your garden. Okay, so this is another concept we need to understand when we talk about digital forensics, and this is embedded files. So embedded files are files that exist inside of other files. Embedded files are often associated with archival file types such as zip and RAR files, but pretty much any file could have another file embedded inside of it. It's just that we associate the word, well, embedding files with stuff like zip. Embedded files can be found in many common file types, such as Word files, Excel files, PDF files, MP3 audio files, and various picture files. So Emir says, I have a quick question. When would be the right time to ask it? I don't want to interrupt the session too much. Yeah, you can type in your question anytime. If it's a question that is going to take a long time for me to answer, I might ask you to ask it again at the end of the session. But feel free to answer if you don't think it'll take a really long time to answer. Okay, so we're going to be doing another challenge. We're going to be working with embedded file types with Pico Matryoshka doll. And if that's not the way you pronounce that word, let us know. Thank you. All right, so let's explore embedded files with another Pico CTF challenge, and it's this one over here. Let me grab the link. So this is the Matryoshka doll challenge. Okay. All right, and before we do this, let's go ahead and delete our previous challenge. So the previous challenge, we did it inside of this directory called garden. We're just going to rm-r garden, and that keeps our file system nice and clean. We're going to make a directory. We're going to call this, well, Matryoshka is a bit of a mouthful to type out. So we're just going to call it dolls. So we're going to make a directory called dolls. We're going to enter that directory cd dolls. And then after that, we're going to access the challenge. So the challenge is going to be over here. Nope. Let me grab that link. Okay, so this is the Matryoshka doll challenge. It's a medium level challenge in the forensics category from the Pico CTF 2021 event. The description of the challenge says, Matryoshka dolls are a set of wooden dolls of decreasing size placed one inside another. What's the final one? So we got an image, which is this. All right, so we can right click on the link and then select copy link. After we do that, we're going to go back to our web shell. In the web shell, sometimes the web shell is going to disconnect. That's fine. You just need to hit the enter key to reconnect to the web shell. Okay, and then we can enter the dolls directory, and then we can download the file. So it's wget space, right click, paste in the file address, hit enter, and that's going to save the file. So if anybody wants to get the command directly, and if they want to, oh darn. Let's go back. If anybody wants to use this command directly, let me copy it so that I can give it to everybody in chat. Here you go. Okay, so after that's done, you're going to see the dolls.jpg file in the directory here. So as usual, if you want to use the EXIF tools, this is a JPEG file, and a JPEG file, that's a picture file. So we can run the EXIF tool command on it. So EXIF tool dolls.jpg. Okay, so we see all sorts of information here about the image, and an interesting thing is that it keeps on saying stuff about binary data -p to extract, and we've got a warning down here as well. It says trailer data after PNG IEND chunk. So if you look up this error in your favorite web browser, so this is another thing we like to do as well. If you've got some sort of error message, you can look up the error message and you can see if it can tell you something about the challenge you're doing. So what does this error message mean? And then paste in the error message. Okay, PNG structures for beginners. What is an IEND chunk? So this chunk contains the actual image data. And okay, so let's just say we were asking our good friend Claude over here, and we'll ask, what does this error message mean? Okay, and then this is a pretty good use of AI. If AI is able to, give you answers about error messages and let you debug things, it's a pretty good use of the AI. Okay, so let's see what it tells us about this. Trailer data after PNG IEND chunk. Agreed. Yeah, I mean, we need to. There's been a lot of controversy about how you should be using AI, And you shouldn't be using AI as something to, solve all your problems for you, but you should be using it as a method of getting more information. What it means. So ends with IEND chunk. This PNG has additional bytes after IEND. And hold on. Just a second, I need to find where exactly we are. Ah. Okay, this error means that there's extra data after the PNG's end marker. In a CTF context, this is usually intentional steganography. Well, I mean, we're not talking about steganography in this case, but there is embedded data in here, and that's the nature of the challenge. Okay, let's go back. So what we're going to be doing is we're going to be investigating this file using the binwalk program. So binwalk is a CLI program used for analyzing and extracting data from files. So it's used by cybersecurity students and security researchers to analyze and reverse engineer binary executable files as well as other file types. So when we run with the file, it returns the contents of that file, identifying embedded files. So we can run binwalk and then the name of the file, which is dolls.jpg, and it'll give you some information about what's inside that file. So we're going to go back to the web shell. And in the web shell, we can just run binwalk on dolls.jpg. Okay, so it says that so this tells you where in the file this is located. So this is this many bytes into the file. So at the beginning of the file, which is 0, which is also this in hexadecimal, there's a PNG file. So this is a PNG file here, and then this far into the file, which is 3,226 bytes, there's a TIFF image file, and then further into the file at, what is that? How do you read that number? This is 27,200 and anyways, this number of bytes into the file, there's a zip file. So there's a zip file inside of this file, there's a PNG file and a TIFF file. And what we can do is we can extract this file. So if we know that there's a zip file in here, we can extract it by 272,000. Thank you, Jack in the Wall. Jack in the Shop. Jack in the Shop. Yeah, so binwalk -e will extract information from the file. So we provide the same file name, dolls.jpg. After we do this, we're going to see a new directory has been created called dolls.jpg.extracted. So we can just enter that directory. It starts with an underscore. And in that directory, there's a zip file. So this zip file here, we can unzip it. We also see that there's base images in here as well. So if we move into that directory, base images, we see there's another embedded, well, there was another image file in there. So 2C, what we can do is we can also binwalk to examine this JPEG file. So binwalk 2c.jpg. And we see that there's another JPEG file in here and another zip file. So we can do binwalk again to extract and get the 3c.jpg. So let's see, it's binwalk -e on 2c.jpg. Okay, and then that creates another directory here. cd2, and there's a zip file, and then there's another JPEG file inside of the base images. So we're going to be doing this over and over again, but there's actually a embedded switch inside of binwalk to extract everything inside of the file. So let me back out. Okay, so I think what we can do, let's see, binwalk -- help. I think there's a -m. Yeah, so there's a -m argument which stands for matryoshka, which is recursively scan extracted files. So what we can do is we can just run binwalk with -m and extract all of the files at the same time. So let's go ahead and do that. So let's see, binwalk -m dolls.jpg. Actually, before we do this, let's get rid of the other directory first. So rm r-dolls extracted, get rid of that. Okay, and then we'll run binwalk with the matryoshka switch. Binwalk -M dolls.jpg. Okay. And so I'm pretty sure that this didn't extract anything because we didn't instruct it to do extraction. So we'll just run the same thing, but we'll also run -e to extract the files. Okay, so if we run it, we're going to see that a bunch of stuff gets extracted over here. So it tells you about all of the different embedded files and the embedded files inside the embedded files, etc., etc. And it tells you that there is a file called flag.txt in here. Let's go ahead and search for that. Actually, we could go in here and we could start investigating all these different directories, but we can also just find inside of the current directory name flag.txt, and it'll give us the file path. Okay, we got the file path over here. It's inside of all these embedded directories. So we're just going to copy the file path and cat it out. Okay, and we've got a flag. Well, I mean, this flag is just it's just a string of letters and numbers in hexadecimal. And I wonder if this works for everybody else. This flag might not work for you, but if it does work, let us know. Okay, so before we finish, how much time do we have left? 8 minutes, huh? Okay, so before we finish off, if there's anything you don't understand about what we did in this particular challenge, let us know, and we'll try to explain as best we can. Okay, we got ads running right now. Let me go ahead and play an ad on YouTube so that we can match the one on Twitch. We're going to take a little break. And in the meantime, let's watch the birds. Here you go. There's a good bird. Okay, we'll be back in about 60 seconds. Just need to take a little water break. Samir asks, Amir asks, can you ask a question? Yeah, you can ask a question now. That's fine. Okay, so I think We might have one more challenge to do. Let me take a look at what we've got in the. Okay, so if we run the binwalk program with the e-switch, binwalk is going to extract all the files from the target file to a directory within the extracted with the .extracted extension over here. So this directory right here. Emir asks, I have some news and honestly I need some advice. This year I have a cybersecurity course and the instructor said we'll first learn Java and then move on to Ubuntu. Do you have any advice for me? So advice on learning Java and learning about Ubuntu? Is this a university course or is this a university program or is it something else? Let me know. Okay, so that's binwalk. Both of them. Both of them university. Oh, okay, okay. But yeah, if you want to learn from if you want to learn cybersecurity from a university, that's fine. Some people learn cybersecurity at university. Some people learn it on their own. Whichever way works for you is the best one. If you want to learn about Java stuff, I mean, the way I learn new languages is usually going to be from some combination of Codecademy or W3 Schools. W3 Schools has instructions for learning all sorts of languages, including stuff like Java over here. As far as Ubuntu is concerned, it's pretty similar to Kali Linux. They're both Debian based. They're both Debian based distributions of Linux, and yeah. So if you learn how to use Ubuntu Linux, learning other cybersecurity things inside of Kali Linux is not going to be. It's not going to be very very different. Anyways, let's maybe we can do our summary now. All right, let's review the digital forensics concepts we learned in today's workshop. So we learned about EXIF and picture file metadata. So metadata is data that provides information about other data. In the context, oh, we know what we didn't, well, you know what we forgot to do? We forgot to submit our flag. Oh, wait, did we submit our flag? Just a second. Matryoshka doll, we didn't submit the flag. Okay, let's go do that now. All right, so let's see. Let's find that flag. It's here. Okay, let me copy it. So copy the flag, then go over to the challenge here, Matryoshka doll, paste in the flag, click on submit flag, then you're done. Okay, so EXIF and picture file metadata. So metadata is data that provides information about other data. In the context of digital image files, each file has a plethora of metadata information, which is generated when the picture is taken. So when you're dealing with easy challenges in the forensics category, you're going to be usually going to be given some sort of file. It's well, for the really easy challenges, it's going to be some picture file. You need to get something from it. EXIF is the first thing that you want. EXIF tool is the first tool you want to try using. The second thing is the contents of picture files. So we learned about the contents of picture files and the difference between text and data. Text is the computer content that is meant to be read by humans, and data content is meant to be read by computers and software and is illegible if not accessed through the proper program or at the proper application. We also learned about embedded files. So embedded files can be extracted and examined using specialized software like binwalk. And you know what we didn't cover strings. Okay, but the thing that we need to understand is when we're doing very easy forensics challenges on platforms like Pico CTF, these are the three commands you want to use to examine these files. So there's EXIF tool to take a look at the metadata. There's also strings that is used to take a look at text strings inside the file. So you all usually want to run strings with a number argument like this to narrow down the length of the strings that you're getting back. And the other thing is You can also examine the data using programs like binwalk to see if there's any embedded information inside of these files. And if so, you can try extracting it to get further information about whatever is extracted inside. But anyways, let's finish this out. Okay, so in the next Digital Forensics Workshop, we'll be introducing hidden messages with steganography with the TryHackMe platform. So steganography is it's messages hidden inside of digital files. It's kind of similar to what we did today, but it's a little bit more, what is the word? It's a little bit more intentional, and it's a very well-known method of hiding messages inside of digital files like picture files or video files or audio files. All right, so that's the end of the Pico CTF. Sorry, what was it? The digital forensics portion of today's stream. Let me go ahead and change the overlays. We're going to be doing topic number 3 now. So topic number 3 is here. Topic number 4 is on deck. And let me do another countdown. Defus says, today I came across Altered Security's free Azure Pentesting Beginner course. Crazy value for free, a learning path with such a huge, with a bunch of labs, 2 hands-on classes with videos, PDFs, and stuff. I tried a little bit to get value out of it from the first sentence. This should not be free. Can you give a link? Can you give a link for the course? Maybe other people in the chat could benefit from this stuff as well. So Azure pen testing, I really don't expect that kind of stuff to be free because Azure is cloud-based, and cloud-based stuff needs to be deployed. That stuff usually doesn't come for free. Anyways, let me set up the next part of the stream. So in the next part of the stream, we're going to be covering this CTF lab over here called Hades over at HackMyVM.eu. You don't necessarily need to have an account at HackMyVM.eu to participate, but it is a very good platform for learning about cybersecurity stuff. So I highly encourage everybody to give it a go. redlabs.enterprisesecurity.io. Yeah, let me give that a look-see. Okay, Red Labs platform. Oh, it's a beta. Okay. So I guess it's because it's a beta, they want people to test their platform. But yeah, I might if this is, I'll take a look at it later. If it's good, I might feature this on the stream. Because I've always wanted to learn about Azure Cloud Web pen testing, because it's going to become a very, very popular thing in the pen testing space because everybody's using cloud stuff. But yeah, go ahead and check out that link if you're interested. It's in the chat. All right, so what do we do next? Let me close out some of these things that we don't need. When I've got too many tabs open, it kind of irritates me. Okay, done with this stuff. Now we're doing HMV Labs. So we're going to be doing a bunch of demonstrations for these levels at the HMV Labs. If you're interested in taking a look at Gakin, hello, nice to see you here. Welcome to the stream. All right, and what we can do is we can start playing some music now. Okay, let's play some StarCraft music. Everybody loves StarCraft. Well, I do at least. Okay, so we're going to be doing levels from this lab over here. I'll provide everybody with the passwords for these levels, just in case you wanted to try this out yourself. So the Hades CTF labs, they're a little bit more advanced, and they deal with some tricky methods of privilege escalation on Linux systems. Anyways, I think the level that we were doing, last time was we left off at this level over here, the Asia level. So let me get the password for the level so that I can give it to everybody here. So Asia, and that's the password. So we're gonna be doing these challenges from my Kali Linux machine. If you don't have access to a Kali machine or access to a Linux machine in general, you can do these on your Windows machine if you know how to start up the command line. You can also use this link over here from JS Linux. This is a free web-based Linux machine that you can use to solve these levels if you want to. Okay, so the JS Linux over here, this is a fully functional Linux machine. You can run all sorts of commands. You are running as the root account, which means you can do basically anything. There are restrictions here. The speed of the internet that this machine has is very, very slow, but I'm pretty sure you can still play this game if you wanted to using this interface. But let's go ahead and use the my own Linux machine instead. So we're going to SSH as the Asia user right over here. So if you want to do this yourself, you can use this command. So this is the command you use on the terminal to access the game. Use the password provided above. Let me go ahead and log in right now. Okay, I need to grab the password, which is over here. Pertinax, hello, nice to see you here. I love Linux, man. Yeah, I mean, I'm a big fan of Linux myself. Okay. All right, let me do my intros and outros, because I need to do an intro and outro at every time I do these challenges here. Just a second. These are the Hades Labs. I've got a big PDF file over here talking about the different methods we're going to be using to solve the levels. So I'm pretty sure, let's go over to page 35. Okay, so this is level 11, the Asia level. All right, let me do my intro and then we can start. Hey everybody, this is a guided walkthrough for the Asia level, otherwise known as level number 11 from the Hades CTF Labs over at HackMyVM.eu. So for each one of these levels, the first thing we want to do is we want to take a look at the mission.txt file that explains what we're doing on the level. Segfault says, hello, Segfaults. Pertinax says, but I use Windows. Well, I mean, I use Windows too. You can like Windows, you can like Linux, you can like both of them, it's fine. Okay, so the mission.txt file says, so the user Asteria is teaching us how to program in Python. So Asteria is the name of the target user we need to get the password for. So program in Python. So when you see, one of the basic things you can do to figure out what you can do inside the level, especially when it comes to sudo commands, is to run the sudo-l command, which will let us know if you can run any programs as the super user. And it says here, user Asia may run the following commands on Hades. So Hades is the host. As the Asteria user with no password, we can run user bin python 3. So user bin python 3 means we can run the Python command as the Asteria user, which gives us a very easy path to getting access as the Asteria user. So if you're familiar with this website over here called gtfobins.github.io, this is a list of Unix binaries that can be used to abuse security. So most of the time when there's some command that we have got elevated access with, and it's a common Linux command, we can go over to this website and we can look up the binary. In this case, we got Python And with Python, we've got sudo capabilities here. So we're just going to click on sudo, and it says, if the binary is allowed to run as super user by sudo, it does not drop the elevated privileges and may be used to access the file system, escalate, or maintain privileged access. So in this case, we're not running it as the super user, but we are running it as another user. So we can use a command like this to get shell access as the other user. So I'll just leave that in chat, but we can use this exact command, but we need to modify it a little bit. So it says sudo python -c for command import os.system bin sh. So this basically what this is doing, instead of Python, we're importing a module, which is the OS module. Then we're using the OS module to spawn a shell. And because we're running it as the Asteria user, we'll get it in the context of that user, and we'll get access to that user's account. So we're just going to modify this a little bit. We're going to run bin bash because we like bin bash more than bin sh. This is Python 3 that we're dealing with, so we need to make sure that we're talking about Python 3, and we need to make sure that we're running sudo as the Asteria user. So Howdy says, do you already know the solution, or describing parts that you already know? So these are demonstrations. I've done these levels before. So because I've done these levels before, I can illustrate what's going on in these levels. Where is the PDF file? Here it is. Okay, so in this level, we're given sudo permissions with the Python binary over here. So the method of privilege escalation is well known and involves using Python to spawn an interactive shell. So that's all we really need to know about this. Good practice too, to keep your skills fresh. I like it. Yeah, I mean, I teach to learn, and when I teach, I need to know a little bit more about how to solve the levels than the average person. So the average person might or might not understand what exactly is going on, but if I'm teaching this stuff, I need to know a little bit more about what's really going on, a little bit deeper understanding. Okay, so sudo with the u Asteria Python 3, run the command import os.system bin bash, run the command, and now instead of the Asia user, we're now the Asteria user. So who am I? We are Asteria. This is the target user. And from here, what we need to do is we need to figure out where this user's password is. So the Asteria user. Teach and to learn. Yeah, you need to. Well, I mean, you know, I'm not an expert. I teach to learn. So we can run the find command. Find in the entire file system. Group is the Asteria user's group. And let's see what returns from this. Okay, that's a lot of files. That's a lot of files. Okay, you know what we're gonna do? We find one here called Asteria pass. Great. You know what? Hold on. We're going to run the same command, but we're going to pipe into grep for star pass star. So we're just going to look for a file that has the name pass inside of it. It's essentially the same thing, but we're just trying to filter out the output. Okay, did we? Well, I mean, we got this this password file over here. We're just gonna copy that, cat it out, and we've got the password for the next level. So the next level is the Asteria level. Let me just give it to everybody here. There you go. Okay, so let's do a little brief wrap up before we finish the level. So in this level, we're the Asia user, and we need to get the password for the Asteria user. So we're given sudo permissions as the Asteria user with the Python 3 binary. We can use the often used Python shell stabilization technique to open a shell as Asteria. So there are a bunch of different ways you can spawn a shell using Python, but the way that most security testers know is to use the PTY or the sudo terminal module to do that. So you can use this kind of command here to spawn in a shell as that user. All right, so everybody, that was a guided walkthrough for the Asia level, otherwise known as level number 11, from the Hades CTF game over at hackmyvm.eu. If you enjoyed this guided walkthrough, please click on the like and subscribe buttons on the video and leave a comment underneath the video. But until next time, HackerFrogs out. Okay, so let's read the chat. So Gak and Sternblade says, just out of curiosity, since you have a way to run sudo, couldn't you just change the password to a known password? That's not, I mean, I'm pretty sure you need root permissions to change any user's password, but even if that weren't the case, I mean, there are other people playing this game, and the other people are using this password. If we change the password to something else, then we're not being fair to the other people playing the game. So, I mean, if it's your own environment, then you could change the password to something else. Okay, Pertinax Miles asks, is WordPress for noobs? No, a lot of people use WordPress. I mean, the fact that WordPress is pretty well documented to have a bunch of vulnerabilities, especially as it gets older, it's not necessarily unsafe to use WordPress. But it is very popular, which means a lot of people are trying to find ways to break the security of WordPress. I'd say that WordPress is perfectly fine as long as you use it the right way. But using it the right way yeah, you need to know how to use it, is the thing. Bit008 asks, can you give a bit of insight on that find command? Yeah, let me go ahead and do that. So, when we run the find command here, we're looking for all the files that belong to the group for the Asteria user. So dash group Asteria. Obviously, the Asteria user's password would be something that only the Asteria user would be able to access. So this is how we filter out everything else, and then we redirect everything else to. If there are any error messages for files that we don't have permission to read, those are going to generate error messages, so we just redirect them to the dev null device, which is basically like redirect all this stuff to the trash can. Then we pipe it out into grep to look for only files that contain the word pass in them for the password. Okay, so let's see. That seems to be too easy to be allowed. I mean, here's the thing. You don't want to... So sudo commands are... Let's get out of here. So sudo commands are funny because when you give a user access to a sudo command, that means that they can bypass... They can get access as another user. So most of the time, the safer way to do it is... If they need access as another user, then they should only have access as the other user. But most of the time, when you see sudo permissions, they're just going to give people root access with a certain command. And depending on the command and the way that it's implemented, it could be dangerous, and it could be used as a vector for privilege escalation. Okay, Gakken asks, find searches for all the files in a specified directory here. We use the base directory. Yeah, so when we run the find command, we can run it on any directory we want. So two common options are the current directory and all the directories below it, like this with the dot, or the entire file system with the slash right over here. Anyways, let's get out of here and let's get over to the next level. So the next level is the, what was it, Asteria? Asteria level. Let me grab the password. Okay. Oh, Don't think that would have went through. Okay, let's go ahead and do the next level. So the next level is level number 12. This is the Asteria level. Pertinent says wired or wireless mouse. I use a wired mouse because wired mice have less latency, and they also can't be there. You know, the Wi-Fi, the signal can't get interrupted by anything, and there's also no batteries to deal with. So corded mice are my pick. Of course, there's there are uses for cordless mice as well. Okay, let's go ahead and start the next level. Alright everybody, this is a guided walkthrough for the Asteria level, otherwise known as level number 12, from the Hades CTF Labs over at HackMyVM.eu. So let's go ahead and take a look at what's going on in this level. catmission.txt. So in mission 12, it says the user Asteria. The user Asteria believes in magic. One thing that is really annoying about the Hades CTF games is that all the names begin with A, and some of these A names can sound very similar to each other. So Asteria and Asteria, it's a bit confusing. Okay, so the user Asteria believes in magic. So we also have a file in here called sihiri_old.php. So in this case, we're doing some source code analysis. So if we take a look at sihiri_old.php, we see here there's a PHP application, or PHP code. So pass and pass2 equals hash. So it's running a hash function. So an MD5 hash function in particular. And it's comparing two things. So something that you pass in as a URL argument, and the Asteria pass. So if password is equal to password2, then print Asteria pass. Otherwise print incorrect. So the first thing we need to do is we need to figure out where this application is on the server, because this is referencing a web page. So PHP, this is a PHP coded web page, and so if we were to curl localhost, so this would be able to access any web pages that that this server is hosting. Curl localhost, it says forbidden. Okay, so this is forbidden. Let's talk a little bit about what's going on here. So curl localhost, is this... So is this localhost, or is this the let me check with my write-up just a second. Okay, there's a sihiri_old.php file in the home directory. The contents are as follows. Just a second. Ah, okay. So we're not doing curl localhost. We need to, when we run curl, we need to make sure that we include HTTP or HTTPS to specify that we're using one port over another port. So HTTP is unencrypted web pages on port 80, and HTTPS is encrypted web pages on port 443. So we're looking for localhost, so it's forbidden, but we know the name of the file in this case is sihiri.php. So we've got sihiri_old.php, sihiri.php, and it gives us incorrect. The reason why we get incorrect from the web page is because it's coded that way. If we take a look at the web page, it prints incorrect if we don't give it this, the password. So get pass In this case, pass means a URL parameter. So in this case, we would run this. So security.php, and then we give a URL parameter called pass, as indicated by this over here. So pass equals something. So we don't know what the MD5 hash of the Estrella pass is. This is what it's looking for. So it's looking for the value of this to be the password for Estrella pass when compared using MD5 hashes. So this is kind of unfair because they're assuming that we know the Estrella pass to get the Estrella pass. It doesn't make any sense, except for the fact that there is a hint. The hint is over here. So Estrella believes in magic, and what they're referencing here is something called PHP magic hashes. So what are PHP magic hashes? Let's talk about this. So this is Hades level 12, Asteria. We're dealing with PHP magic hashes. So the level hosts, this level hosts a locally hosted web application that reveals the password for the Estrella user if they provide a pass URL parameter where the MD5 hash value is equal to the one for Estrella pass. Normally, this logic requires us to know the Estrella user's password to get an MD5 hash match, but this application is vulnerable to a PHP attack called magic hashes. And what are PHP magic hashes? Let's talk about this. So this code does a loose comparison, that is the double equal signs, between two variables, leading to a vulnerability called type juggling. So type juggling inside of PHP, this is a well-known vulnerability where, well, where two different types of variables can be compared to each other. So, for example, we can have a integer compared to a string, for instance, and part of this is intentional, but the part that allows for these magic hashes, this is unintentional. So type juggling is happening where unequal values are considered the same under certain conditions. So when comparing hash values, which is what is happening here, so the hash of pass 1 and pass 2 are being compared, when they're being compared with loose comparison, any hash that begins with the value 0e and contains only numbers for the rest of the value will be considered the same value when compared to similar hash values. So let me see if I can illustrate this. Okay, so this is the PHP code right here. Let me pull up a web app that can interpret PHP code. So PHP online, onlinephp.io. 0e, close enough, close enough. Okay, so say we've got hash 1, and hash 1 is this, right over here. So it's 0e something something something. And we got hash 2, which is equal to this, which is also 0e something something something. These are not the same hash. But if we compare them using loose comparison here, then we're going to see that we get from the PHP system these two hashes are the same. So this is because of the magic hashes that are being activated by the 0e over here. And this is a big problem. Free Robux. Yeah. Okay, so, I mean, magic hashes are pretty much exclusively due to the fact that we're comparing two hash values using the loose comparison over here. If we switch this to a strict comparison with the triple equal signs over here, and we run this, again, it says the hashes are not the same, because that's what's in the code here. So, let's go back to the application. So the application, we need to provide the plain text value of the Estrella pass the thing is that we don't have it, but what we can do is we can get something that is vulnerable to magic hashes. So magic hashes, let's see, PHP magic hashes. We can find a big. Why is loose comparison a thing then? Loose comparison is used to when you want to compare different types. So you can. So let me demonstrate. So in PHP, let's not call this hash1. We'll call this value1 and value2. And this is what loose typing was meant to do. So you've got value1 equals to string 123. You got value2 equal to integer 123. And you can compare these using loose comparison. These two values are the same. These two values are not the same. Okay, so in this case, loose typing is used so that we can actually compare the string 123 to the integer 123, and these two values are the same in this case. So it's a quirk of PHP. It's meant so that different data types can be compared to each other and can interact with each other. Okay, what are we doing? Oh, we were talking about the magic hashes. So there's a big list of magic hashes you can find over at this repository. So basically, let's see, we're doing MD5. So in MD5, all of these values over here, they hash out to an MD5 hash that starts with 0E and has a bunch of numbers. So any one of these values right here, so this one or this one or this one, they're all magic hashes that are considered the same by PHP. So we can grab any one of these. So let's just grab this one. I'm going to copy it, and this is the magic hash. Well, this is the value, this is the hash. The hash is magic. We can go over to here and we can pass it in, because what this thing is going to have happen to it is it's going to be hashed with MD5, and it's going to be compared to the Estrella pass. This is not the Estrella pass, but thanks to magic hashes, it's the same thing. Okay, and it prints out the Estrella pass, which is this over here, because in PHP, these are considered the same hash value. So this is, which user? Estrella. Thank you very much for following. Emmy1. Emmy1? Not too sure. But Estrella. Oh, okay. That's the password. Bit008 says, change hash to value. Change hash to value. Yeah, in this case, we're passing in values, not hashes, because the application turns it into a hash, or it runs a hash function on it. So I think we can also provide the actual password, because the actual password is going to have the same hash value as well. Incorrect. That's weird, because the actual password should have the same hash value. Anyways, I'm not too sure why that happens. Okay, let's do a summary of what we did here. Okay, so in this level, there's the old PHP file in the home directory, and this lets us know about a web application that's running on the server that is doing a comparison using the pass URL parameter. So thanks to magic hashes, we're able to provide a value that that has the magic hash value that will always be able to match with other MD5 hashes, and that's how we got the password. All right, everybody, that is the Asteria level, otherwise known as level number 12, from the Hades CTF Labs over at hackmyvm.eu. If you enjoyed this guided walkthrough, please click on the like and subscribe buttons on the video and leave a comment underneath the video. But until next time, HackerFrogs out. Okay, so bit008 says, I was saying in the PHP sandbox example, you changed the variable name, but not the name in comparison. Did I forget? Oh, value. Okay, so value 1, value 2. Sorry, let's set it these. Value 1, value 2. Okay, run it again. That's probably why it gave us a bunch of, yeah. It gave us some warning messages here. Let's play it again. Okay, these two values are the same. So if we... I wonder if it works if we've got strict comparisons. These values are not the same. So if we use loose comparisons, then we can compare integers versus strings. But if you use strict comparison, then it's not possible. Okay, let's, how much time do we have left? 25 minutes. Okay, let's do another level. Let's exit out of here, and let's log into the next level, which is the Estrella level. Let me grab that password. Oh, right. Okay. So, let's let me do my introduction and then we'll continue. So this is a funny level. Level 13. Alright everybody, this is the Estrella level, otherwise known as level number 13 from the Hades CTF Labs over at HackMyVM.eu. So the first thing we would do is we would log into the level as the Estrella user. We've got the password, but this is what's going on. So we try to log in as that user. We provide the password, but we receive this message right here, which is not the password for the next level, and then it logs us out. So there's obviously something weird going on with this level on the server. So what we're going to do instead is we're going to log in as the previous level, the Estrella user. So we're just going to log in with the Estrella user. Just let me grab that password so that we can do that. So the reason why we're doing this is so that we can do a little bit of investigation, because we can't log in as the Estrella user because it's because the level's not letting us. So what is actually going on here? Okay, so we are logged out upon login when we use the Estrella user's credentials. So if we look at the SSH config using another account, we can see that the Estrella user doesn't have a standard SSH shell. So the user actually has a standard SSH shell, but let me let you know what's going on here. So if we take a look at the SSH configuration for this user, it says here, match user Estrella, force password authentication yes, force command bin echo this thing. So it echoes out this message, and then you don't get an actual SSH connection, which means this user can't log in. So you also cannot switch users inside of the server because the su command is not allowed. So what can you do? What we need to do is we need to find another service to log in with the Estrella user. And normally what you would do to look for other services is you would use the netstack command, or you'd use the ss command to take a look at open ports on the local host. In this case, these commands don't exist. But there's one trick that we can do. We can, well, Another thing that we could do to get these kind of tools is we could use the busybox command. But there's also no busybox command, or at least it's not in the command path. Alistair is radio. Hello, nice to see you here. What is up? Hope you've been well. Okay, so we can find in the entire file system something that's named busybox. So busybox is just a collection of different tools that we can use. Stuff like netcat and netstat and a bunch of other networking, well, a bunch of tools that we can use inside of a Linux environment. It turns out there's a busybox binary that's hiding inside the var temp directory here. Okay, I'm sorry to hear that you're having troubles with your relationship, and I hope it all gets better for you soon. Okay, so what we can do from here is we can run busybox. So busybox, there's a bunch of different tools inside of busybox, including stuff like netstat, which means that we can run the netstat command from here and get information about the networking ports open on this box. So it gives us a lot of information here. And the important thing that we're supposed to take away is that there is another common service running on port 21. So port 21 is running FTP, and this isn't accessible from the outside, but it is accessible to people on the local host. Let's talk a little bit more about this. Dr. Rake, hello, nice to see you here. What is up? Okay, so where are we here? So this is Hades level 13 as the Australia user. We're dealing with password reuse. Alistair says, that's why I joined, because the Twitch community is amazing. You didn't meet your girlfriend on the Twitch community, did you? But yeah, I'm sorry to hear that you're having problems with your relationship. I hope we can get over it soon. Alright, so in this level, we're logged out immediately upon logging in with SSH, so we can't use SSH to solve this level, because, well, we can't do it. So there's no netstat or SS binaries on the server, but we can discover a hidden busybox binary, which we can use to run tools like netstat. Dr. Rake, you know Pebble? you know Pebble? And Pebble, hello, nice to see you here. Jeez. If anybody doesn't know, Pebble is a cybersecurity content creator, and let's give him a shout out. Okay, but if you're interested in advanced CTF stuff, especially if you're interested in Windows Active Directory hacking, then be sure to check out Pebble's Twitch channel. Yeah. Okay, so we can use busybox to find out about networking ports that are open on this server. So we discovered that there's another service that we can log into, which is FTP on this server, and what we can do is we can give the FTP server the credentials for the Australia user. So let's go ahead and do that. Before we do this, we're going to make a directory that we can write to. So in the temp directory, Asteria, and then move into that directory. The reason why we're moving into this directory is because, well, we're going to be getting some files from the FTP server. So we're on FTP localhost, and we need to provide a username and password. So we got the Asteria user's credentials. Let me grab them again. Estrella. Okay. I'm going to paste in the password. And now we have access to the Estrella user with the FTP service. So if we take a look at what's inside of this directory, it looks like the home directory for the user here, for the Estrella user, and we've got some files. So we got atalanta.txt, we got mission.txt, and we've got flags.txt. So we can get all of these files, get atalanta.txt, get mission.txt, and get flags.txt. Okay, after we do that, there's nothing else we can do in here. I'm pretty sure we can't move into other directories. Can we? CD. Oh, we can. Oh, we can move into any directories we want to. I mean, it's not really relevant to what we're doing, so we're just going to exit. Okay, so we downloaded some files over here, and let's take a look at the mission.txt file now. So finally, this is mission 13. The user Atalanta has done something with their account. So that's the reference to all of the running around we need to do to access this file right here. And Atalanta is the name of the target user that we need to get the password for. So, I mean, we've got atalanta.txt in here. Let's go ahead and read it. And it's a password. So this is the password for the Atalanta user. Just grab that. Okay, so before we finish the level, let's talk about what we did. So in this level, we're logged on upon login when we use the Estrella user's credentials. When we look at the SSH config file using another account, we can see that Estrella doesn't have a regular SSH shell. Turns out there's a busybox binary on the server that we can use to enumerate other open ports on the localhost. And there's an FTP server running on localhost, so we can use Estrella's credentials on the localhost FTP after we move into the public directory and then download all those files. Alright, everybody, that was a guided walkthrough for the Estrella level, otherwise known as level number 13, from the Hades CTF Labs over at hackmyvm.eu. If you enjoyed this guided walkthrough, please click on the like and subscribe buttons on the video and leave a comment underneath the video. But until next time, HackerFrogs out. Okay, we're going to be doing one more level from the game, and this is going to be for the Atalanta level. Okay, and let's go ahead and log in. It's the password. Exit out of here. Okay, so sorry I didn't see your message bit 008. Couldn't you use the Python solution from the other challenge to get privileges with this user also? That doesn't apply to this level because we don't have pseudo permissions with the Python binary in this level. We did in the previous level. Oh, you know what? I forgot to change the name. Atalanta. Okay. Let's start the level. Okay. Segfaults asks, any reason all the names start with A? I mean, that's just the way the game organizers did it. This isn't what I would do, but this is what they wanted. They wanted a theme. And I guess the theme is all A names. Bit008 says, isn't it the same machine? Could it be done with the other user? No. So, in the other level... the Python... Let me demonstrate over here. So we ran sudo L, and it said that the, I don't know, which user was it again? The Asia user. The Asia user can run Python 3 as the Asteria user. So that means they can only run Python 3 to get a shell as the Asteria user. It's not sudo as root, which means that we can't get root access. We can only get access with Python 3 as a specific user. And those kind of permissions don't exist on the other levels. So it's only a solution for one level. Okay, so let me do my introduction. Okay, everybody, this is a guided walkthrough for the Atalanta level, otherwise known as level number 14, from the Hades CTF labs over at HackMyVM.eu. So the first thing we need to do on each of these levels is to look at the mission.txt file. Okay, so it says the user Athena lets us run her program, but she hasn't left us her source code. I mean, that's not accurate because we actually have the source code. But we know that the Athena user is the target user for this level. So this is where it's very important to be literate in the C programming language. Otherwise, you're not going to be able to understand what's going on. So we've got the source code file for this binary here. When we run the binary, so actually, before we run it, so the weird binary in this directory is an SUID binary that runs in the context of another user, in this case root. It doesn't give us access as root, but root is the owner of the file. And when we run the binary, it says home detected /pwned Atalanta, and then it crashes. So it does a segmentation fault. I mean, why it does a segmentation fault, not exactly sure, but what we can do is we can take a look at the source code for this binary here. So the code that was used to compile the binary. Seg fault, hey, that's me. Oh, it's not what I wanted to look at. Okay, so this binary, if you can't read C code, what you could do is you could just copy all the code here. You can visit your friendly AI and ask it to explain what's going on. This is what I usually do if I encounter a bunch of code that I don't really understand. But I'll try to explain what's going on here as best I can. So in this file, first the group ID and the user ID is changed over to 2006. So 2006 is Neems. Hello, nice to see you here. What is up? You know what we haven't done in a while? We haven't done a Hack the Planet. So hack the planet.
Hack the planet! Hack the planet! Shut up and get in.
Okay, we got ads running on Twitch, and I'll run them on YouTube. We'll be back in about 60 seconds. I just need to have a little bit of a water break. But in the meantime, watch these birds. Okay, let's put the birds away and let's get back to the hacking. Okay, so what the binary does, according to the code, is it switches the UID and the GID, so the user ID and the group ID, over to 2006. So 2006, it turns out, is the Athena user's group ID and user ID. So it runs in the context of the Athena user. So what it does is it gets the environment, the home environment variable, from the environment variables, and it sets it as a file name. So the file name is going to be written to, and we know that it's written to because of this over here. So fopen get env home, so whatever file is used as home, and it's going to write to it over here. And then a command is going to be run. So the command that's going to be run is this one over here, /bin cat var lib me. So this file is going to be run with the cat command, and it's going to be written to this file over here. So it turns out that this is the password for the Athena user, and it gets written to whatever is defined over here in home. So we can take advantage of this and get the password for the Athena user, but what we need to do first is we need to adjust our home directory contents to something that we can write to. And before we do that, I need to adjust, I need to do a little bit of, I need to adjust some stuff in my terminal, because otherwise I'm gonna dox my IP address. So just everybody, just a second while I do some stuff off screen. Okay, just needed to do that to prevent from doxing myself. So if we take a look at the environment variables here, the home environment variable is the thing that's going to be used to set the write file. So right now it's set to pwned Atalanta, and what we want nmap the Shyhat's ISP IP. Thank you. That's not what we're looking to do, but it's Ignacio Portal. Hello, nice to see you here. And sorry I didn't get to your message before, but I see it now. Thank you. Okay, so pwned Atalanta, this is what we're going to do. We're going to set home to a file that we can write to. And this is what we're going to do. We're going to make one inside of the temp directory. So temp, we're going to call this ... Atalanta. Then we're going to create a file in there. Temp / ... Atalanta at, and this will be called pass.txt. Actually, we'll call it Athena secret. Okay. And then we're going to set this as the home directory, because we know that the home directory is set as the write file. So copy this and export home, the home environment variable, equals this file. Okay? So when we run the binary, it's going to cat out the password that is in var lib me, and it's going to copy it over to the home environment variable. which we've set to a file that we control. So let's run the binary weird home detected /temp /Atalanta /Athena secret, and then it crashes. So if it worked correctly, then we should be able to read this file and it should have the password. It does not have the password. Just a second, let me take a look at my notes. The code indicates that the binary will write the contents of the var libme file to the file indicated in the home variable. So all we need to do is create a file that we can be written to and set it as the home variable, then run the weird binary. Oh, okay. I see the reason why this doesn't work. It doesn't work because this file that we created is not writable right now. So we need to do chmod to make it writable so that it can receive the password. Yeah, permission issues. Okay, so we just need to run chmod and make it writable. So we can just do +W, or you can set it manually. Okay, so now it's writable. Let's run the thing again, and then let's read the file. Nope. Hold on. Let me chmod it one more time and just give it all the permissions. Or did I export home equals this thing? Okay, then run weird. Ah, okay. It could be that I didn't export the home variable correctly. But it works this time. Okay, let's read that file. And this is the password for the Athena user. All right, everybody. Let's talk about what we did, and then we can finish the level. So in this level of the game, we're presented with the program, and according to the program, the home environment variable is a file that's going to be written to using this command over here, /bincat var libme, which is actually the password for the Athena user. So what we need to do in this level is we need to create a file that we can write to in the temporary directory, and then we need to set that file as the variable for the home environment variable. Then run the weird binary. It's going to write the password over to this file, which is the home environment variable. And that's how we get the password for the next level. All right, everybody, that was a guided walkthrough for the Atalanta level, otherwise known as level number 14, from the Hades CTF Labs over at hackmyvm.eu. If you enjoyed this guided walkthrough, please click on the like and subscribe buttons on the video and leave a comment underneath the video. But until next time, HackerFrogs out. Alright, so that's all we're doing for the day, but, well, that's all we're doing for this segment for the day. We're going to move on to the last segment of the day. So the last segment today, we're going to be doing a Linux box. And the Linux box is called Fooding. So if you want to join along with us, you can find it over at Dockerlabs. Unfortunately, there's no direct link to the machine. Actually, there is a direct link, I suppose. Let me go ahead and do that. Fooding. Over here, this is the download link. So if you wanted to join along with us, you can use this download link to download the Docker machine and then deploy it. I'll explain how to deploy these machines in just a second. Okay, so let me let me set the amount of time that we're going to be spending on the exercise. I'm going to go with 90 minutes to begin with. And after 90 minutes is done, we'll see where we're at in the challenge. We worked on this on Friday, last Friday. Thank you very much, Snoop. Snoop IVC, thank you. Shota says, thank you very much for streaming. I have to go. See you soon. See you later, Shota. Thank you very much for coming on by, and hope you have a great day. Let's give you a Nyan Cat to see you off. Steve IVC, welcome in. Yeah, no worries, no worries. If you have any questions about any of the stuff that we're doing or about cybersecurity in general, feel free to ask those questions in chat. I'll try to get to the questions as soon as I can. Okay, so we're just going to exit out of here. So the Docker containers, we download them, and after we download them, we can unzip the files over here. After we unzip the files, then we can run an auto-deploy script to deploy the container, and that's going to start the container that is running on top of our Linux machine here. So you can just run auto-deploy. Oh. We're going to run this as sudo because we're not part of the Docker group. So the machine is in Spanish because the website that we're using to access these machines is also a Spanish website. If you speak Spanish, you're at an advantage because it's the native language of the website. Okay. So we investigated this machine last time, and according to our nmap scans, hold on. So according to the nmap scans, there's a bunch of different ports that are running on this machine, but we focused in on a couple of interesting ones. So there's port 1883 and 8161, which are running the Mosquito. What is it called? The Mosquito service, which deals with IoT devices. And I don't have very much experience with IoT devices. We also see what is going on here. There's a LaserJet printer. That's funny. So we just need to... we also discovered a Jetty service, which was integrated with the IoT device, I'm guessing, over on port 60... What is this? 61614? So before we start, let me close out all of these other tabs that we're not using. Okay, that's nice and clean now. So this is HTTP 172.17.02 on this port. So we discovered this. This machine is running the this Jetty service over here on the port. Let me just make sure that I can access this. Maybe this is not the port I want to access on. Hold on. Oh, Jetty is... Okay, so Jetty's here. There's also Jetty on this port. Maybe this is the port I'm looking for. Just a second. Brew, hello. Nice to see you here. What is up? Okay, so this asks us to log in. This is using default credentials of admin to access the page. So this is really bad. But we've got access to the Apache ActiveMQ, which is used to manage the IoT devices, I'm guessing. What are we working on tonight? We're working on a box called Fooding over at Dockerlabs. So Fooding is over here if you want to download it yourself. You can do so from this link. Otherwise, you can go over to Dockerlabs and you can look up Fooding in here. Apache website with default files. I mean, this is a special type of Apache service. This is called Apache MQ. And Apache MQ, let's get a... This isn't something I'm really super familiar with, so I'll just ask Claude, what is Apache MQ? I think it's a service for interacting with IoT devices. But let's see what our good friend the AI says. Sure is taking a little while to come back. Okay, so Apache ActiveMQ, that is correct. It is Apache ActiveMQ, that was my bad. Okay, so it's an open source message broker written in Java. It implements Java message service app specification, used for asynchronous messaging between applications, acts as a middleman for message passing between applications. So application A, ActiveMQ broker, application B, okay. Oh, where are we? It's called ActiveMQ, not Apache MQ. Okay, well, thank you for letting me know about that. Okay, it gives us some... It sure is verbose. Okay, key concepts. Receives messages from producers, stores them in queues and topics, delivers to consumers. Let's see. Its Ignacio Portal says, it seems that there is a couple of nuclei templates for Apache MQ. So nuclei templates, you're talking about the nuclei program. I started using it. It's a security testing tool that's kind of similar to Nmap. Okay, nuclei target. Segfault says that there's a CTF scan section in the AI output. What did that say? CTF scan? Hold on. Default installation, asynchronous pairing, reliability, credentials, admin, so we took advantage of that. Often unchanged in production. That's great. Okay, web consoles, so admins. Well, I mean, we're at the admin pretty sure we can access admin from here. Yeah. So the admin panel over here, it gives us some information here about the program. So this is localhost, we've got a version number, an ID number. I don't know if we need to use this stuff in our attack. Unauthenticated access, common attack vectors, default credentials, web console stuff, path traversals, CTF enumeration, port scan. I mean, we already did our Nmap scans. Web console access, we did that. Version detection. Message queue enumeration. Message queue enumeration, I think this might come in handy. There might be some credentials in the message queue. Hold on. We'll call this ActiveMQ. Okay, so Well, I mean, we don't necessarily need to curl this. We can just access this in the web browser, right? Let's just navigate to this endpoint. Segfault says, have you ever tried using tmugs? Yeah. I mean, the reason why I use tabs in the terminal like this is because it's a lot easier for people to understand what's going on. As opposed to tmux, where we've got a bunch of windows open in tmux, people might not know what they're supposed to be looking at. It also helps me out a little bit as well. Anyways, okay, so let's go ahead and access this page. There are no messages. Okay. Well, what else were they talking about? So there's nuclei, right? Nuclei active MQ. Let's see if I can nuclei templates monthly. I don't know how to use nuclei templates. Is ActiveMQ still used? Yes. So let's see. Ignicio Portal, if you know how to use nuclei templates, let us know, because I don't know how to use nuclei templates. Let me actually wait. Nuclei templates. I don't know, GitHub. Nuclei templates, GitHub topics. Let's take a look. Well, we've got a list of some different templates, but I don't really know how to use them. So, I mean, GitHub, can look up the tool nuclei. It's a fast customizable vulnerability scanner. I'm not really too familiar with how to use the tool though. Let's see. Getting started, CLI, Pro and Enterprise versions. There's Pro and Enterprise versions for this tool, really? TLDR, Nuclei is a scanner. With templates you can tell what to scan for. Okay, so scanning with your own custom templates. Scanning. A free cloud tier comes with generous monthly free limits. Pro and Enterprise versions, documentation, scanning targets, scanning with your own custom template. So let's see. Path to your template.yaml. Okay, so if we wanted to use a template, templates are concepts of YAML-based template files that define how requests will be sent and processed. Okay, so is there a list of known templates? I'm guessing they're over here. Okay, well, I don't see one for ActiveMQ. Apache MQ, okay. Templates for Apache MQ. Let me see if I can find it. Nuclei template ActiveMQ. Okay, project discovery, nuclei templates. Let's try this one. Okay, let me grab your link. Oh, that's a file path. Is this a file path, or is this let's see. Let's search for this and see if this exists in our file system right now. Okay, so nuclei templates. Yeah, okay, it's here. It's here. All right, so which one should we use? Consider cloning the nuclei templates repo. I mean, ActiveMQ defaults login YAML. You got detect. So detect upload JSP. Oh, interesting. But yeah, nuclei templates. Default login. I mean, we've got... I don't know if any of these help us. Panel. Artemis detect. Artemis detect. Open wire transport detect. Detects an Apache ActiveMQ Artemis console, the next generation message broker by ActiveMQ. What I'm pretty sure these profiles don't really apply anymore because we found all this stuff, didn't we? This would be good for before we started doing this. You know what? I'm just gonna run. Let me run a nuclei test. So nuclei target this thing, and we'll just see what happens. Check upload JSP. Upload JSP is that's from something from the Msploit. So this one here, upload JSP. So the thing is I'm pretty sure this is only something for like a vulnerable version of ActiveMQ. But let me take a look at it. Yeah, this thing right here. So ActiveMQ 5.x before 5.14, which allows remote attackers to upload. So this doesn't apply to our version because our version is 5.15, but this applies to before 5.14. Anyways, we got ads running on Twitch right now, so we're running on YouTube, and let's put on some birds. You know what? I want to remember the good old days when it was still summer. So here's a summer video, and it features our good friend, the American robin. We'll be back in about 45 seconds. Just need to have a little water break. Okay, let's put the birds away and let's get back to the hacking. Okay, so let's take a look at some of the other stuff that was suggested by... Well, actually, before we do this, let's take a look at what Nuclei found. So Nuclei found a bunch of stuff over here. Apache ActiveMQ detect. It was able to detect ActiveMQ on these ports, which is good. OpenWire transport detect. I'm not exactly sure what OpenWire transport, what that implies. I guess we could do a little bit of search. So OpenWire, ActiveMQ, OpenWire transport. Let's ask the question, what is ActiveMQ OpenWire transport? ActiveMQ OpenWire is a binary cross-language protocol for high-speed message exchange between brokers and clients. How it works, it is a wire format and protocol, meaning it defines how messages are serialized and sent over the network. Okay. I mean, what does this... How would we attack this? So OpenWire uses... It is here. And according to our friend Claude, it says try default credentials, enumerate queues, read messages, misconfiguration of files. So main configuration is at activemq.xml. Conf activemq.xml. I mean, this isn't available to us, is it? So jetty.xml modules here. I'm pretty sure we should be able to get some really good data from the service if only we knew how. And I guess the task is to find out how. So 61616 is open. We can attack it using Mosquito. So let's take a look. So nmap. Yeah, it looks like it is. But how do we attack it using Mosquito? We got Stump, we got so we got Mosquito sub. Maybe. We were trying to figure out how we can access this using the Mosquito protocol. So as far as Mosquito is concerned, I did a little bit of research, and I found that there was a couple of exercises where we use Mosquito MQTT, and it was featured in the Try Hack Me Advent of Cyber. I think it was 2022. Yeah, so this one is going to be day 21. Hold on. I don't want to... So Advent of Cyber is, that's the console. Tell the AI to interact with that. Tell the AI to interact with it. I mean, I'd like to take a look at this previous exercise that I've looked at before. It might have some examples we can use. Okay, so let's see. Advent of Cyber 2022. Which one is 2022? Here it is. And I do believe it was day number 21. I don't think I've done these before. Oh, no, wait, I think I have. Yeah, so Internet of Things, it talks about IoT protocols. It talks about messaging protocols and middleware. MQTT, which is the thing that we're talking about. We must know how to interact on topic. Maybe there's some credentials or some command for that. So we can subscribe to a topic. We can use the Mosquito subclient utility to subscribe to an MQTT broker. The subscription utility will connect to a localhost broker and require a topic to be defined using T or the topic. Below is an example of connecting to the localhost and subscribing to device ping. So we need the host, and then we need the topic. But the thing is that I think there are a number of topics that were enumerated here. Just a second. So the two... Have you tried the Meta X modules for ActiveMQ? I don't know if we... Okay, just for fun, we'll take a look at them. Okay, and I don't know, this color. Okay, so from here we'll search for MQTT. M2Key Connect, authentication scanner, okay. Use the thing. There's a topic to sub that will return the creds or a sample command to send. Yeah, I'm hoping for that too. Okay, we got the port, we got the username and pass. I don't think we need this. Okay, let's get some information on this. Info. This module attempts to authenticate to MQQ. MQQ, okay. I mean, if we authenticate to MQQ, what does it get us? Anonymous login. Well, I mean... Authenticate to MQQ, but we don't necessarily have a username and password. Hold on. There are other modules specifically for ActiveMQ. Search ActiveMQ. Okay, we got ActiveMQ upload JSP. So we're not necessarily looking for any of these things. Scanner, ActiveMQ traversal. Traversal might be interesting. Directory traversal. So source disclosure. Source disclosure could be good. Traversal could be good. I don't think we're going to be dealing with some RCE here. Let's try this one. So we'll try the traversal. Actually, just use 5. Okay, so we just need to supply an R host. Set R hosts. And run the thing. Yankee says, try using mosquito sub h topic from web. Yeah, we could. Sending request, failed to retrieve file. Okay, so that didn't work. We didn't get traversal. Don't think... Name of the file to download. Well, I mean, we don't... Okay, we need to switch to a different file path because there's no Windows. There's no Windows on here. How about we switch set file path to etc. password? Yeah, failed to retrieve file, so I guess it's not working in this case. Okay, so Henke suggested mosquito sub this thing. I think we found a bunch of different topics on the website, right? Let's go over to the website. Subscriber views, XML. So this is blank, topic views. Okay, we got these ones. So advisory, master broker, connection, consumer topic. Do we just plug these all in as is? Active MQ, advisory, master broker. Okay, this matches. Let's see if... I mean, here's the thing. I can't tell if it's doing anything. I mean, the command doesn't give us any response. I wonder what happens if we were to just run this with, you know, random stuff. It doesn't give you any response either way. Let's see if... I wish it would just tell you if it's working or not. Are we supposed to sit here and wait for something to come in? MQ advisory, consumer topics, system, MQ advisory, consumer topic. Let me try this. The problem is I can't tell if any of this stuff is successful or not. Let's just try the master broker one. And we'll sit around and wait for a little bit. Sergio Fonesca, hello. What was it about the colon at the end? I mean, do we need to supply a colon? Mosquito sub is the most simple MQTT version. Let's see. Kind will subscribe to topic and print the messages that it receives. So this is what I was trying to look at over at the Try Hack Me page here. So interacting with the MQTT, subscribe to the topic here. So it looks like it's just going to be the name and then slash something something. So we don't necessarily want to have the colon at the end. So this is subscribing to a topic. The next thing is publishing to a topic. So you can publish to an MQTT broker, sure. The thing is I'm not sure what we would be sending. It's kind of a guess. It's running in monitor mode, and then you can wait for the messages to come through. Yeah. The thing is, okay, so, alright, so Metasploit, let's... What was the other scanner that we were looking at? So that's number 5. There was also source disclosure. Let's see if we can run that one. We got more source disclosure. So you should leave that running while you do other stuff on the website? Yeah, I mean, it's running right now. Target URI index.jsp. I mean, we don't necessarily need to use the scanner for this. We can just try to access this ourselves. I mean, we're here. Okay, so just to make sure that we're not missing anything super obvious, we'll just take a look at the source code. href printable equals true printable version. Let me copy that. Topics JSP. This doesn't necessarily get us anything. So topic views, graph Q views. Okay. Nothing here. These graphs, don't know if these do anything. Subscribers, we don't have subscribers. The thing is that there are a lot more things that we can enumerate on this box. There's just there's a lot of stuff. Go over to other stuff on this box. So let's see. For example, what is happening on this port? So 5672. I mean, okay. We can also take a look at the stuff that was reported by Nuclei, because Nuclei, we haven't taken a very close look at these, at this scan output. Found one. Let's see. Okay, so HTTP. Apache generic web application firewall. I don't know if that's actually true. So we get the version of ActiveMQ here. That's handy. Package JSON. Okay, so this is from, I think we encountered this last week as well. Well, last time we took a look. I think I should take a look at this file again. Maybe you can add -v for verbose when you're connected or not. You see if it's stuck with Mosquito. Okay, let's do the thing, but we'll do it verbose. Null. Well, okay, and let's check out the website. So the website, package JSON. Okay, Food Hunt. Yeah, we found this stuff before. Author devcrud gulpfile.js. So gulpfile.js. Food Hut is the name of the application. Version 1.5. 1.5 Food Hut. Is this like, oh, is this well known? Food Hut? Food Hut 1.5? Let's do a quick research on this. Food Hut. Okay, there's no Food Hut here. So dev crud. I mean, I'm pretty sure we don't have dev crud here either. Nope. Gulpfile.js. You can try looking this up. Okay, so are there any important details in this JavaScript file? Well, I mean, this does give us some details about how the application is running. Public HTML. So the www.public HTML. Does this path exist? Let me check. Okay. It's public underscore HTML. No. No. Maybe it exists in the non-encrypted version. It doesn't exist here either. This is a Debian default page, but if we move over to HTTPS inside of here, then we get this stuff. So this is some sort of food blog thing. This is a single page application. There's a components page. I wonder if anything on this page... Oh. Huh. A default page, try getting the debug information from the default page. So what, I mean, my question is, what the heck is going on with this components.html page? You know what? Let's see, home and components. So there's home, there's components. Let's take a look. Looks like it's a web page that's still in development. Food Hut CSS. Okay, Food Hut. You know what? So Food Hut is not something that shows up when we search it. That's unfortunate. I was hoping that it was something that had a vulnerability associated with it. Yankee says, okay, so looks like a web page that's still in development. Like they picked a bootstrap theme and they left it there. Let's see. I have another machine that I completed using ActiveMQ. It's using an XML file to send a command injection. You need to serve it to the Python server. Wait, let's see if I have it in my notes. No worries. So we've got two things that we should investigate. There's the website itself, which may or may not be vulnerable. Then there's the whole ActiveMQ stuff. Okay, so the website is really strangely designed. Because you've got the unencrypted version of the page, which has a directory that contains the encrypted version of the page. None of these links go anywhere. It references devcred, info at Dockerlabs, dockerlabs.lab. There's a email address. So we haven't gotten anything from Mosquito so far. Dockerlabs Street, yeah. Okay, ActiveMQ. So the queues were... I really think that because we were able to get access to this through default credentials, that there should be something here. But I don't see anything. Okay, send.jsp. Okay. So let's just send some sort of test message here. So destination foo.bar. Maybe we don't. I don't know. Message group, we'll send it to a specific message group. How about the one we specified over here? So ActiveMQ advisory master broker. Don't know if that's the right way to send it. Okay, so messages enqueued, messages dequeued. So can we read these messages? Okay, Henke says you need to change the POC to gain a rev shell. What are we talking about? I don't know if it's the same thing, but okay. So we got foobar, messages enqueued, send to active subscribers, active producers, delete. Master broker, there's nothing in master broker. Advisory connection. So maybe we should subscribe to advisory connection and then send to active subscribers to read it through there. Okay, let's give this a try. Can we actually subscribe like this? Or do we need to do... I think we need to use the slashes here. Okay, connection null. let's try send to active subscribers. And we get to choose. Did that do anything? That didn't do anything. Okay, so we send number of pending messages. Operations send to doesn't get us anything here. Jason IT Solution, what are we doing here? We're trying to figure out how to trying to figure out how to access MQ or this IoT device thing, Mosquito. Okay, you know what? I'm pretty lost. I'm gonna try to get back on track. I'll take a look at the write-up. I have no idea what I'm doing here, so I'm gonna do some learning. Okay, which walkthrough do we look at? How about the first one? Is there one for English? So we're just trying to get unstuck. We're just trying to get ourselves unstuck over here. This music is good old trance. Yeah, okay. So fooding. We're trying to get ourselves unstuck, and then hopefully we can continue on. But the thing is that the technologies that are being used on this box are not stuff that I'm familiar with. Just check the CVE 2023 something something else, please. Hold on. Check my message. So you're talking about a proof of concept to get reverse shell. I mean, the thing is that I need to figure out what exactly is going on because I'm pretty lost. Okay, so they're taking a look at what are they focusing in on. So they're taking a look at this port over here. Admin. Yeah, we got in through admin. They talk about ActiveMQ. Wait, can we translate all this? Translate page from Spanish to English. Okay, so on the web we find a directory admin. Okay. ActiveMQ panel. After searching the internet, we found a... Oh, really? There is actually a vulnerability for this version. I mean, I tried to look for one last time, but I didn't find it. Okay, so let me do the search. Okay, so ActiveMQ, this version, 5.15.15. Okay, so this is this is what you're trying to point me towards, Henke? Alright, let's take a look at this thing. Manually change the IP address in the XML file with the IP address of the payload. Okay. For Linux Unix targets, spawn a Python web server before running on a port of your choosing. Spawn a netcat listener on port. This port over here before running. So it differs between Linux targets and Windows targets. Showdown stuff, original work. Okay, so let me... For Linux Unix targets, removed binary from repo will be using Go. Okay, so they're looking at this. Main.go target IP address. So IP address is this. Port HTTP so they're looking for, I'm assuming that this is going to be my IP address here. Okay, let's see what's in the repository. So there's go.mod, there's main.go, which is the file that we're going to be running. There's the POC Linux and the POC Windows. POC Linux. Okay, let's copy this thing. Actually, wait. Let's get the raw file. We can just create this thing. POC Linux.xml. We don't need the exploit in this case. Call this localhost services. Okay. What was it called? We'll call this POC Linux.xml. Okay. Try using the RCE one. It's more simple. Did you? Well, I mean, let me try this out first and see what see if it works. Okay, so I think what we need to do is we just need to replace the IP address here with our own IP address. For this machine, the IP address is going to be this. And 9001, we can change it. We can change this to any port we want to. I usually like to use port 443, and I think that's it. Okay, and this is localhost services, which means we should host this with the Python server. Okay, and the command we're going to use is this, and we need to point it to our system. So our system is 172.17.01. I need to make sure that this is the correct thing. Just a second. So Docker, our IP address is this. Okay, that's good. That's the correct IP address. So I guess we don't need this mosquito stuff because we're just going to get... Yeah, we don't need that. Localhost services is running. Great. Main.go. We need to download this. Where is it? Here. Okay, so let's get the raw file and we'll just select everything. Main.go. We'll create this over in here. We can, do we have Go installed on here? I don't even know. Which Go? Go not found. Go? Go not found, but it being installed with this. So we need to, install Golang. Sudo apt install Golang Go. Golang Go. Sudo apt install Golang Go. I mean, that's the thing. If you got stuff you gotta run in Go, you have to install the dang language on your system. Okay, let's go back to the foundational work is over here. So this is the RCE one that that Henke was talking about, I'm pretty sure. Further develop a technique to use the, oh wow. Huh. Hold on. Let me check the msploit. Because the msploit might be we could have been able to, maybe we could have been able to use the msploit. So what I've listen. I gotta arrive at my conclusion, but thank you very much for letting me know about that, Ignacio. Okay, search. It's MQ, active MQ. 5.15. This is it, huh? I don't know why. Okay. Let's try using the thing. There's so many. Let's take a look at the options. So this is only for Windows. Well, I guess we could change it here. So this is talking about stuff like certutil. Payload option. Oh, it's because the payload options are set to Windows. But this, I don't know. Don't forget, listener, you can set the target 1. Yeah, I don't know if I want to use the msploit in this case. I'd rather use like the GitHub stuff. But you know, hold on. Let's set up the netcat listener here with RL wrap. We've got Go installed now. We should be able to just run the Go thing, the Go command here. Okay, it's running. Did we get a shell? It doesn't look like we got a shell. The POC was accessed, but it got 404. That's POC Linux XML. Oh, this is not the same spelling. Okay, you know why it didn't work? Because we misspelled something. Just a second. Move. We'll give it a dash instead of an underscore because that's what it wants. Okay, let's try it one more time. Okay, so this time it worked. It got HTTP 200. Okay, we're root. Are you kidding me? We're root. We don't need to do any privilege escalation. Wow. Wow. Okay, you know what? This was a weird experience. I thought I was gonna have to use like MQTT. I thought I was going to have to do like IoT device stuff and steal secrets and stuff. It turns out we just use somebody else's discovered hack. Great. Well, all right. Let's call in our good friend Scary Hacker Voice Man to talk about this, because we know they love to talk about all sorts of hacks. I don't know about real hacker. I had to look this stuff up. Anyways, here's Scary Hacker Voice Man to talk about it.
Hey everybody, it's me, Scary Hacker Voice Man. Scary Hacker Voice Man comes out every time we break into a system, and we just broke into this one. Well, Mr. Fooding Administrator, it seems like your ActiveMQ server is misconfigured. That was a big mistake. We managed to find a known hack for this version of ActiveMQ, and then we used it to get remote access to this machine, which we used to get a remote shell. Maybe you knew about these security misconfigurations on your system, and maybe you decided to accept the risk. Well, you accepted the risk, and now we're in.
AstroPhysX, hello, nice to see you here. This is a very skid box, not gonna lie. Well, I mean, if you're using somebody else's, somebody said that if you're using somebody else's script to gain access to a box, then you are a script kiddie, and I guess in this case, I am a script kiddie. All right, so I mean, what the heck is even on this box now? So the home directory's got nothing. Okay, so there's just I'm guessing there's only. Well, I mean, there are no flags. There are no flags on this box because it's a Dockerlabs box. I think the important thing that we have to understand about this Dockerlabs box is that we get to interact with ActiveMQ, which is something we didn't get to use before. So it was good. It was a good experience. And in the future, we're going to have to be a little bit more careful about enumerating version numbers, because it slipped my mind. The darn... so disappointed in myself. Okay, there's nothing. ActiveMQ is here. Okay. And I wonder... Okay, so ActiveMQ, the major thing that we needed to discover on this box is the version of ActiveMQ that was being used. In this case... The website was just a big red herring. There's nothing in the website that helped us out. So nothing here really points at any of the other stuff. So the website was the rabbit hole. So everything to do with port 80 and port 443 was, well, not anything that we needed to pay attention to. So the only thing we needed to pay attention to in this case was the Jetty server on this port, which we used to get access to the machine. All we needed to do was basically break into the administrator panel, and that's how we figure out what version of ActiveMQ is being used. Wait, we don't even need to do that. We got a version number right here. I think maybe there are creds on the topic, but yeah, I mean, I thought that we were going to have to use or subscribe to MQTT to get some hidden information, but that's not the case. So the way it's actually a very short chain of attacks to get to root in this case. So you do an Nmap scan, and the Nmap scan lets you know that the active MQ that is being used is this, 5.15.15. You know, I'm kind of disappointed that search active MQ, this doesn't show us anything. I guess you can't really rely on search X to find the stuff. But if you search on Google for this, usually what I would do is search for the software name and then the version number and then GitHub and then X. Because if there's something out there, it's probably somebody's going to have, you know, put it up on GitHub. That's the way I usually go about it. So from here, you just need to set up your environment for running the script, and then you get in as the root user. All right, well, we've got maybe an hour or so that we can use to start a new challenge. So I kind of want to do a little palate cleanser after the previous challenge. Let's do something a little bit easier. So this is a medium level challenge. There's some easy level challenges here. I think I've done most of these. The other thing that we could take a look at was we could take a look at machines from other websites. There's, what's it, Volnix.com. So Volnix.com is another website where you can download virtual machines. Which version of active MQ? So that was 5.15.15. Oh, Oreo Byte. We should do these. If you haven't done these yet, there are two new Windows machines on Volnix. There's Store and there's Misconfigured. We could do these as a collab, because I know how much you love Windows stuff. You know what I should do? I should do an easy Volnix box, just for fun. Let's see. So there's low, and then there's easy, there's medium, hard. Let me do an E. Sometimes the easy boxes are not so easy, but you know what? See if I can find one that's small. It's not like super big. Let's do a classic box in the easy category. So filter by easy. Care, Explorer, Misstep. I think I've done some of the ones down here. Printer, external, remote / play, fire code unit, dump, friends. I've done friends. We've done. We had a lot of fun doing TwitX, YourWAF, call, send. Send, call. Let's try this one. This is nice and small. It's only 1.1 gigabytes. Okay, just a second. I'm gonna need to download the virtual machine on my host machine. So that'll take a couple of minutes. Generally, hold on. Let me jump straight to the other machine. Just a second. So this one's called, it's called call robot confirmed. Verify that you're human. Okay, just a second. I need to do my CAPTCHA. Aurabyte doesn't seem like Vulnix search vuln tool found anything for 5.15.15 either, unless the database is old. Yeah, I mean it works if you go out onto Google. If you go out onto Google and search it there, then you can you'll be able to find the vulnerability. Okay, so I'm gonna do a live virtual machine install. It shouldn't take too long. So we're doing this one over here. It's called the call. My connection is a bit slow because I'm doing all this stuff at the same time and streaming and all that, but should be done in about a minute or so. So how's everybody doing? Is everybody up to some fun on what is it? Is it Monday night? Jeez. In principle, the search tool sound really cool, but in reality, most vuln disclosures don't even have a proper listing of the vulnerable versions, so the tools have very little info to go off of. Okay, no worries. But hopefully we're going to be able to beat up this box a little bit more easily than we did the previous one. Okay, so let's see. So this is another Linux box. DataSec. Okay, so DataSec is the creator of this website, Vulnix. So, I mean, if DataSec created this box, it should be pretty good. Okay, I've downloaded the machine. I just need to unzip the thing and then create it. Okay, so generally for Vulnix machines and HackMyVM machines, all you need to do is import the device on VirtualBox. It's usually a very painless process. So we can see here we're creating the machine over here, and I don't know, it looks like will be done in a few seconds. Okay, the last thing I need to do is I just need to finish up with the network configuration and give it access to the right network adapter. Okay, so I'm starting up the virtual machine now. And it is over here. So hopefully this is one of those boxes that lets you know what the IP address is, otherwise we're going to have to go looking for it. It looks like we've got an IP address, good. Downloading 3 virtual machines to run an Active Directory lab. Yeah, that sounds about right. Alright, let's clean slate. Let's get out of here. We can shut down the Docker container. Thank you very much for following Laverset. Laverse TV? Laverse TV, hello. Welcome to the stream. Okay. So let's run our nmap scan. So we run the nmap scan to try to figure out what is going on a remote server. We need to supply the IP address, which is over here. It is Laverse TV, right? Call me. Call me? It's port 80 and port 22. So that's a classic combination right there. Let's run this one more time, a little bit slower. And okay, so we know that there's a thing on port 80. Let's do some wet web. So wet web is a fun little utility. That can give you some information about a website. Okay, and so there's actually very little in terms of open ports we can enumerate. There's only port 80. You know what? I'll take that. Seems like it might have been found with exploit scan. Huh. Is exploit scan installed on Kali? Execution expired. What? Oh, that's not the right IP address. Hold on. Okay. I mean, this seems to be. Is this the new tool? Is this the new hotness for research? Oreobyte? Is that it? I wonder how big this is. It's going to take up... Oh, it doesn't take up very much. It's going to take up this many bytes. Yeah, that's fine. I've never used this program before. I guess we can look for... What was it? ActiveMQ? 5.15.15. Oh, you need a CVE. So we just need to... We need the CVE specifically. Oh, okay. Yeah, so the CVE we're looking for is... What is it? This one. The repo version is behind the GitHub tool. The app version is missing the K search option. The K search option searches by, like, strings. We run it like this. Okay, so, I mean, it looks like it finds it. Oh boy, we've got a new tool that we can use to enumerate misconfigurations. That's great. Okay, let's. So the K, you're talking about the so the K search option will let you search. Okay, let me take a look at this thing. Can we just update this? Or upgrade it? Anyways, I think I'll take a look at it later. So we got call me and let's see, it's an Apache server. Title is call me. This is the IP address. I mean, we can just take a look at this manually over here. Okay. Oh man, VoIP. VoIP? K option might be missing from the APT version because it's behind the main branch. I mean, I can check really quick. Where were we doing this? We're doing it over here, okay. So K is the search option. Five, 1, 5, 1, 5. Ah, okay. So there is no K option with the no worries. All right, so what were we doing? So we were talking about some VoIP. I've never done any VoIP hacking before. So if it is actually VoIP hacking, that would be really fun. Okay. This is just an image. I mean, I guess we can do some enumeration over the web. Just run some derb really quick.
Hack the planet! Hack the planet! Shut up and get in.
Thank you very much for redeeming Hack the Planet, Ignacio. Thank you. Didn't find it. Wait. Oh, okay. I keep on mistyping this thing. Okay, so index and server status. Run Nicto just for fun. Okay, so this thing... I think we're gonna throw some Go Buster at it. Pretty standard stuff. Okay, and then we will sit back and wait for this thing to get, to do its thing. So there's also port 22. There's not usually anything on port 22, or nothing that we need to enumerate too much. Okay, so I mean the website itself talks about VoIP stuff, but I've never done any VoIP hacking. Let's see. How about hacker recipes? So hacker recipes is what's probably the new favorite repository for learning about new hacking techniques. It used to be Hacktricks, but Hacktricks is it's it's not very responsive these days. Okay, so we're looking for VoIP. Wi-Fi configurations. I wonder if... Well, we'll take a look at Hacktricks. And where's my search? Okay, so we'll keep on going for another 50 minutes. Yeah, we'll keep on going for another 50 minutes. And then I'm going to have to call it a day. Started off. Hacktricks. Yeah, it's been a while. VoIP. Pen testing VoIP enumeration. Okay, VoIP attacks. Basic information VoIP. Google Dorks. OSINT information, networking information. So, is VoIP stuff on UDP port 5060? I guess we should do some UDP scans then. So we'll nmap the thing again. We'll do a UDP port scan. And we'll do top ports 100. We need to run UDP ports as sudo for some reason. Okay, so we'll just let that go. And we didn't manage to find anything over here. Well, not yet anyways. So it's just index.html and server status. So I guess, my guess is that there's going to be some sort of, there's going to be something available on the UDP ports that is associated with VoIP or voice over IP stuff. Okay, extra network enumeration. PBX could be exposed through other networking services. So UDP 69, nice. 80, LDAP, SQL. I have no idea what these. I have no idea what these tools are. Okay, let's go back up to the beginning here. Pen testing VoIP. Basic information. So to start learning about how VoIP works, check out this VoIP basic protocols. I can use some education. Signaling protocols, SIP session initialization protocol. Okay, media gateway control protocol. Centralizes call control logic in the call agent. SCCP, skinny client control protocol. What is a skinny client? Call control server, SCP endpoints, gateways. H323, suite of protocols for multimedia communication, voice, video, and data conferencing. IAX, session description protocol. All right, I think 5060 is SIP. Frank Diaz, hello, nice to see you here. Welcome to the stream. We're just trying to get a crash course on how to do the VoIP hacking. There's only 2 ports available on this thing. Funky Monkey, hello, nice to see you here. Let's give you a fun video redeem. How about some Hack the Planet?
Hack the planet! Hack the planet! Shut up and get in.
Okay, so basic information here. Basic VoIP protocols, basic messages. So if we've got, how do we connect to the service though? Enumeration, telephone numbers. One of the first steps a red team should do is to search for available phone numbers to contact the company using OSINT tools. So I don't think that's possible in this case. Network enumeration. UDP services. So we're only supposed to be checking for this one over here. So UDP port 5060. Let's give this a try. 5060 gave no response. Let's do that one more time. Okay, and so we're just focusing on the one port. Open filtered SIP. So how do we test this thing? Look at SIP services in the indicated network. It's easy to block because it uses the user agent friendly scanner, but you could modify the code and change it. Okay, so SV map. This is a tool. Just for mapping VoIP stuff. I wonder, it's probably not installed right now. SV map. Nope. But I guess we could install it. How much is it going to take? It's going to take up... It didn't ask beforehand. Well, I guess it's installed now. SIP normally uses a registration method. Thank you very much, Frank. Okay, so how do we use the command? So FP to fingerprint the services. I guess we just use this. So let's see. Let's give this a try. Warning root found nothing. Warning root found nothing. Found nothing, huh? Alright. So, SIPPTS scan. It's a very fast scanner for SIP services under UDP. TCP or TLS uses multi-thread and can scan large ranges of networks. Okay. Well, I mean, we can use this. We don't need to install it. So an SIP endpoint scanner for TCP or UDP. Let's give it a try. So I don't think we need Mosquito CLI. We're just going to rename this to Desploit. Okay, and what is it called? So there's no... I'm pretty sure that the service isn't going to be on TCP, so we'll try the UDP scanner. The PBX could also be exposing other network services such as port 80 to manage the device from the web. I mean, port 80 is open, but there's... And thank you very much for the message, Blake. Thank you. Okay, let's use this thing. Okay, so this is a number of hosts to probe. You need to set our hosts. So set the target host. So let's set that host. Set our hosts. Okay, and our port is 5060. That's fine. set these options to one host. Let's see if anything comes back. Because, I mean, we know we're dealing with VoIP here, unless it's a giant troll. In which case, I don't know. So, I mean, it doesn't tell us anything happened here. Okay, are there any other scans that we should be doing right now? Didn't find anything there. We looked for TXT, PNG stuff. Okay, so the only other thing that we could investigate, and I really don't want to, is this thing. The connect without limits and talk without borders, VoIP at your fingertips. We can download this image and then take a look and see if anything's happening there. Okay, so Blackmagic says, do you need to use the CIDR syntax for SV map? The examples had it. I mean, there's only one host. Throw a massive word list at the web server while you write up on your VoIP. I think that's pretty good. That's a pretty good suggestion. Let's get that link. Let's download the file so we can start mucking around with it. Okay, so what else could we do? We already threw GoBuster at it. I guess we could search for some other file extensions. So I don't know, JPEGs, PNGs, GIFs. What else? XML files, JSON files, JS files. Okay, we found something. CFG Fig, what? CFG and Fig. Oh, I can add it to the list. CFG files, conf files, maybe. Okay, we got the thing that's running. Let's take a look at this, the EXIF information for the image. This is relevant to stuff we were talking about today for digital forensics. Let's run some strings on it. Let's do a minimum of 10. Okay, nothing super interesting here. On mobile, what is Fig? Yeah, that was just a typo. Okay, so strings. How about some bin walk? Is there something embedded in there? Probably not. Nope. Oh, stegseek? Okay, stegseek is not installed. Stegseek is it's the best steganography tool because it's super fast. Stegseek, image.jpg. It runs super fast. It uses. Couldn't find a valid passphrase. Have you tried steghide? Steghide is the older. It's like an older tool. Defus says check out the website code and use Nikto. Check the website code. Nikto. I mean, I'm pretty sure we did Nikto already. It didn't find anything. I mean, sure, why not? What does the hex dump show? Sorry, just got in. No worries. We're just checking to see if there was hidden steganography in there. Didn't find anything. Or we can XXD. Yeah, nothing. I don't think there's anything interesting here. Port 22. Port 22. Okay. Just for fun. We'll do SSH and see if there's some sort of hidden message. So sometimes there's a banner message with SSH. Every once in a while, it's something that that can be used as a hint for these kind of challenges, but not in this case. Okay, SV map. Didn't do anything. Call me. Call me? Nope. One more time. There's nothing here. There's no like robots.txt file or like sitemap.xml. Make sure that your stuff is spelled correctly, of course. No. No, no. Still haven't found anything. Is this a CTF VM? Yeah, yeah. Beautiful destroy or distro. This is a CTF VM. It's what is it? It's from this website right here. It's called Vulnix. Where is it? Just a second. And this box is called Call Me, I think. Disaster. Okay, no worries, no worries. Let's see. It's called Call Me. Call. It's just called Call. Okay. If you ever want to try this out yourself, this is the link. But yeah, it's given me a whole lot of nothing. A whole lot of nothing. I'm still trying to figure out how to do pen testing against VoIP services. So SIPPTS, I don't know if this tool probably isn't installed. Endpoint scanner, nothing came back there. I wish sitting Control U again would remove the view source. Yeah, unfortunately, well, I mean, I don't think that's the case. Let me just give it a shot. Okay, not found. Back. Yeah, it doesn't work. Wish it did. Okay, what was the name of that tool that they're talking about? SIPPTS. Not found, can be installed. Okay, how much is it? It's going to take up 993 kilobytes. That is not very much. Might as well install it. Okay, now we can use the tool. Analyzing server. Okay, so it's possible to find which methods are available using SIPPTS. So enumerate the thing. Just a second. So it could be that this is just a big troll and it's actually not vulnerable to anything. Have you tried in SIP invite? SIP invite. Well, I mean, I'm just trying to figure it out. Red Team Rookie, hello. Is all the machines free on Volnix or are they paid ones? They're all free. They're all free. Everything's free on Volnix. There's also HackMyVM. It's another site which has a bunch of VMs that you can download. But everything is free. You just need to download the VMs and deploy them. And welcome to the stream, Red Team Rookie. Welcome, welcome. Okay, so invite, response ringing 200 OK, user agent not found. So, did we confirm? Invite 180 ringing, user agent not found, 200 OK, user agent not found, cancel works, buy works, everything else comes back as a timeout error. RFC 3261.txt. Thanks for the link, beautiful disaster. Like I said, first time I've encountered VoIP stuff, so everything's new to me. Session initialization protocol. Set the user agent to Cisco. Set the user agent, this is SIP, I bet you got a digest of some kind of hashcat. Set the user agent to Cisco. Can we specify that? Can we specify that in, okay, so it looks like it's working, but so fingerprinting is based on 2 tag and other header values. The result may not be correct. So how do we set our user agent header? Is it something we can do inside of here? RFC, man. Okay, so we can do, let's see, enumerate sets methods of the SIP server, SIP ping, try to make calls. I don't see any option to set the header, unfortunately. RFC docs my beloved, of course. Okay, so call me over here. You know, Hacktricks has been very helpful here. Analyzing server responses. It's very important to analyze the headers that the server sends back to us. Depending on the type of message and headers that we send, with SIPVTS send from SIPVTS, we can send a personalized message manipulating all the headers and analyze the response. Oh, okay. So we send... Can we do dash header with everything else? So can we go back here and run enumerate and then send a custom header Cisco? Or what is that what we would want to? Or user agent Cisco. User like this. Okay, it doesn't want. Funnily enough, I've never seen an RFC author publicly request a comment despite the name. Funny. Gonna bookmark Hacktricks. Hacktricks is really good. So is Hacker Recipes. You definitely want to unrecognized arguments header. Okay, so this doesn't work for enumerate. Let me just get the rest of the stuff. Okay, we're gonna output that to SIPPTS enumerate. So invite works, cancel works, and buy works. Everything else came back as a timeout. UA Cisco. And Dor Julius. Dorjulinus. Dorjulinus. I don't know how to pronounce that name. Please let us know. Thank you. Okay, so UA. UA Cisco. Oh, not US. Customize user agent Cisco. Okay, that works. Does that change anything? It doesn't change anything. Library content, especially ones on Echo CTF. Numa. Numa? Is that how you pronounce your name? Thank you very much for coming by. Yeah, no worries. I'm here to make stuff and to teach and to learn and all that other jazz. Okay, so we got the invite, buy, and cancel. Everything else came back as a timeout. Fingerprinting is based on toTag and other header values. Okay, so how should we continue doing this? Possible to obtain data if the server uses WebSockets. Analyzing server responses. We can send personalized message, manipulating all the headers and analyzing the responses. So, I mean, we can try. WS send extension enumeration. PBX refers to unique internal identifiers assigned to. So we're searching for extensions in this case. You can also enumerate extensions and usernames with the exploit. I mean, we tried using this. It didn't. I mean, actually, wait. It might not be the same module. Wait, Frank Diaz says invite response changed. Really? 180 ringing, 200 OK. $180 ring, 200 OK. Fingerprinting free switch. So was it not free switch before? Ah, okay. So fingerprinting, it changed from free switch to unknown. That's... oh man. Okay. So what was the... There was a thing they were talking about. So scanner SIP... But they were... SIP enumerator. Talking about this one. So in this case, we just need to provide like an R host. So R hosts. Okay, and enumeration methods, accepted options, and register. I mean, I'm pretty sure that this didn't go through. So register resulted in a timeout. There's no options also resulted in a timeout, so this module shouldn't work. Beautiful Disaster says some older implementations will improperly drop digests after the call ends. Invite by, otherwise known as a call. Try and get a hash from the by response. Can you change the music? It's scary. It's scary? Alright, I can change the music, sure. Let me change the music. The biggest boy, hello, welcome to the stream. Hope you're having a good night. Let's do some good old faster than light. Okay, and yeah, nothing happened. We ran the thing, but nothing happened. Alright. There's gotta be something I'm missing here. We've only managed to get one hit on anything. And it's by using this thing. So 50-60 seems to be working. Christmas seems like a good idea. Christmas seems to be like a good idea. Try Christmas music. I'm not too sure what Christmas music I can play. I need to find out what's not gonna get me in trouble with YouTube before I start playing music. VoIP, let's see. PBX, extensions and usernames. So I don't have this stuff. Grandma get run over by a hacker. Ken BDX. I haven't seen you in a while. Welcome to the stream. Let's give you a fun blast from the past.
Bud. Wives. Bud. Bud. Wives. Bud. Wives. Bud.
I don't know if you remember watching that commercial.
Bud. Wives. Bud. Bud. Wives. Bud. Wives. Bud.
You remember those frogs? Well, I mean, we're all about frogs over here. Okay, so I mean, is there basic messages? Register, invite, act by. Can we manually test any of these? So 200 accepted, ringing. Everything else was timed out. I mean, we ran this thing. We ran this SIP method script. It didn't work. I mean, we can try it again. We'll try it one more time. I'm pretty sure it didn't return anything last time. Yeah. Script didn't work. You didn't sudo hard enough? Wait. I mean, we sudoed, but I guess it wasn't hard enough. True. Alisos. Ali-OS? Not too sure how to pronounce that name. But, hello. Nice to see ya. Okay. FP to fingerprint the surfaces. We'll try the SV map thing again. Just gotta enumerate super hard. If you don't if you don't enumerate, then what are you doing? So just 560, and then we'll try the fingerprint. No option FP. Are you joking? Use --FP to fingerprint the surfaces. SV map. I mean, if we don't fingerprint, this doesn't really... It doesn't find anything. It's the first time watching you, but I'm not really well-versed in hacking. Your stream is pretty cool so far. Thank you. Thank you very much, biggest boy. Just trying to... Maybe you need to include the brackets. It's not very likely we need to include the brackets, but we'll give it a try anyways. Could not resolve. Okay, so... Didn't find anything. I'm just running through the methods of enumerating voice over IP stuff. UI Cisco M register. What is it going? What's going on here? So -P scan P all R is. Should I be scanning in a range? Not sure. Those commands on hack tricks might be outdated. Could be, yeah. Okay. To this, that. Okay, so it tries scanning on a range. It doesn't find anything. So register doesn't work. I wonder if we used another method. What other methods could we try? Register. Just a sec. Cat. The enumerate. Okay, so invite. I think invite. Subscribe, publish, register, message, notify, options. How about options? We can also try invite. Nothing found here. Let's try invite next time. Khalid, hello. Good morning from Sierra Leone. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the stream. Okay, so 5060 gave a response. So I think the only port that's up is 5060. So we're just going to ignore. We're going to ignore the other ports. So let's see. There's scan, there's... What are the other options we could use with this program? scan, search SIP extensions. Search SIP extensions, password cracker, send a message. Enumerate methods. So we did this. Invite. Invite. Okay, try to make calls through a PBX. So if we just do... I mean, how do we use invite? Okay. Well, it seems like we might be able to do it. RTP bleed. Here's a call flow diagram so you understand what will happen. Okay, let me grab this. Thank you very much, Beautiful Disaster. Thank you. A buy or 407 proxy challenge may contain what you want. Proxy authentication required response. Where do we see proxy authentication required? So 407. Because I don't think I saw that one. I mean, we got a fingerprint for the invite as free switch. Free switch. It couldn't be this easy, could it? Just, you know, use the good old stuff that we found on SX SearchX, yeah. You expected to provide a nonce like HTTP auth, but likely it'll give you a. All right, just for fun, let's take a look at the Meta X. Okay, so this is command execution. So this is Windows specifically, so I'm pretty sure it's not this. We're actually if it's going to be anything here, it's going to be this event socket command stuff. Okay, so event socket here. So this is number 0. Okay, and show targets. So we're dealing with Linux in this case, so we just need to set targets 1, set target 1, show targets. Okay, so we've got this thing configured to Linux. Hanky asks, what are we doing now? There might be some sort of R port. This is TCP though. So maybe this is not, we're just, you know, doing some enumeration on the voice over IP stuff. So this isn't gonna work because it's, we're looking for a TCP port, and I don't think this TCP port isn't open. Unless Unless it's actually listening on port 80, which is not very likely. I don't know. Hold on. I want to do just one more. Actually, let's try nuclei. So nuclei, we'll set a target. Just give it the port that you got. Maybe it'll work. Port 80? I mean, I guess I could just hold on. Okay, this one's 17. I'll just let it go over here, and then just for fun, there's a port, our port 80. Set our port. Not likely to work. Set our hosts. So we need to set our L host and L port. Let's let me look up my. Okay, here's my IP address on ETH0. Okay, and password? Oh, free switch event socket password. Yeah, it's looking like this this thing isn't gonna work. I don't know, just run the thing. Okay, and completed but no session was created. Target is not vulnerable. You know, the good thing about this box is that after I finish this box, I'll have at least a little bit of an understanding what it means to attack voice over IP stuff. So that's a good thing. Okay, did nuclei find anything? Public key password for SSH auth methods. Okay, good. Wait, what port is this? 161? 161? What the heck? Hold on. Let me... Man. What was the port in the module? The module was like 80... 8021. TCP 8021. So, okay. So Nuclei reports that there's another open port on the target. I'm a bit skeptical, but let's see if we can actually identify this thing. Okay, Nuclei says that 161 is open. I mean, it's closed. Well, what are you thinking? The module wasn't for the protocols that the machine is serving. Oh, no worries, no worries. I mean, SNMP is UDP. Wait, hold on. Nuclei. This doesn't tell us whether or not this is a TCP port or a UDP port that it's looking at. Let's try UDP then. UDP 161. I mean, it says it's closed. XMP port 161 is an Nmap pop 100 ports, pretty sure. Okay, let's do one more top 100 ports. The thing is that when I did this previously, it didn't return anything positive. But I don't know, we'll see what happens next time. Okay, well, I mean, this is an exciting box because it's covering topics that I haven't done before. But we're gonna have to get going. Thank you very much to everybody for your advice on how to interact with VoIP, Beautiful Disaster, and Ignacio Portal, and who else? There's somebody else talking about this VoIP stuff as well. But let's see who is on InfoSec streams. So if you're looking for people who do hacking and streaming, this is where you would look. You would go and look. UDP scanning depends on the machine replying with ICMP control messages. You'll find that's a hit or message. That's not a concept of connection like that with TCP. Yeah. I mean, that's the reason why UDP scanning is not very fun, because you never know if your stuff is actually valid or not. Oh, you know what? They said that they also mentioned that there's trivial FTP. It's usually open for these kind of machines, for voice over IP. Okay, so all right, well, I'm gonna have to get going, but yeah, this is a good list. infosecstreams.com. Let's take a look at who else is on Twitch right now, because I'm looking to raid into a channel. Let's try syntax. No, let's try. Ooh, does anybody have a suggestion? Starting a master's in cybersecurity in January, the InfoSec list would be very helpful. Jay Beers is doing InfoSec, but I don't know if it suits. It's 2Bob. Hello, nice to see you here. TFTP, so fun. Yeah, that's the exact word I would have used to describe it. We'll do science streams. So science streams is well, it's a good channel that talks about science and bugs and all that other good stuff. Let's raid into them. Raid science streams. Okay, so everybody, we're going to be back on Wednesday, and on Wednesday we're going to be doing our web app stuff. We're going to be doing Hack the Web. We're going to be doing Digital Forensic Session number 2. We're going to be doing steganography, lots of fun. And then we're going to be doing web app hacking demos, and we're going to be doing new web app hacking challenges. So everybody, please look out for that. But until then, oh, that's a lot of emotes. I get it too, Bob, but nice to see you here. Nice to see you here. And thank you for everybody who contributed to the chat. I appreciate all of your messages. We're getting ready to raid in 3, 2, 1. Hope to see you on Wednesday. HackerFrogs out.